log in. But anyway, I did invite many. So I don't think it's going to go anywhere tonight. But anyway, we're going to cover the history of the great, illustrious, and glorious city of Shikodu, home of Michio Hutaki, greatest teacher of sockness. So I'll give you a refresher of what exactly Shikodu is. Before we start covering the stories of my greatest project yet, first of all, let's have a look at the great city. So that's what it looks like. That's the current map of the city. The Iron City. You know, it's not actually called the Iron City. I'm calling it that because it's got so many freaking steel mills over here. This orange area is steel mills. The Sacred School. You're going to hear a lot about this. You're going to hear a lot about McKenya, which is the central area right here. It goes about 4 blocks that way from the central street, or 4 blocks that way is a central area here. That is McKenya. You're going to hear a lot about that later on. So we're going to hear the history of the city I call the Great Shikodu. It's not a very huge city, as you can see. It's not super impressive. It's not New York City. It's not Tokyo. It's not Beijing. You can actually make out individual buildings on the map. So I'll point out that's the Sacred School of the Prophecy, one of the most important landmarks in the entire city. It was built within a couple hundred years. Jacoba's house. That happened, I don't know, about 10 years ago. It's currently now mine. Things you're not going to hear about in any of the stories. An acting school, industrial arts school, and the Sacred School's second campus. It's a Magitech campus. It's where they teach the creation of Magitech. Yes, if you played Final Fantasy, I believe it's 3 or 6. That's where I had to get the term from because I don't know any other word that describes this type of technology other than Magitech. So I had to borrow the term to describe the technology that is taught, the construction of which is taught at this campus. So you got 2 campuses across the city. The main campus, you go over here, got the Magitech campus. We got mostly residential. Okay, green is residential. Yellow and orange is industrial. Blue is commercial. Red is education. And we do got brown, which you can see here and here. And there's a big church over here. Religious and communal facilities like bathhouses and tea houses are in gray. So that's what I'm going to cover on that division. Pink is government. So that's the city and prefecture's offices. That's a meeting hall. So you see the map. That's the city. I think it's a couple of miles across. It's probably 2 or 3 miles at most. So we're going to get on with the reading here. I'm not the best reader in the universe, so we're going to let the computer do the reading, and I'm just going to make comments. As I usually do with this stuff. I've done this for over 100 videos of the channeling logs on another channel. Not on YouTube, of course, because the channeling logs is definitely not YouTube compatible.
Digital Village. Farinarikaido. The village of Zigoto was built during the early centuries of the First Age.
Okay, Zigoto, or Zigoto, as the reader calls it, is the original founding name of Shikodu. You'll learn why the name was changed. And it's got a good reason. And trust me, Germany didn't change its name after what Hitler did, but Zigoto did change its name after what it did. That just shows just how fucked up it actually was.
The Rokat and Venori worked together during this time to build the village and establish the Hermetic School of Sorcery. The town was laid out in full at the time of its founding. The land was sold off rather quickly after a small village had formed around Fairy Hill. The plaza was built with a park and shops. The rest of the town was used as farmland.
Well, Fairy Hill is the downtown plaza. That would be, let me turn this around so you can see where. I'll point it out. That is Fairy Hill. This little open area in the center of the city. The main shopping district is on a risen piece of land. So let's get back to reading. So you know where Fairy Hill's located. Okay, wrong book.
The trail reached Zigoto, which is the 28th town. Zigoto was going to be the last town until Puthid. The road ahead was only a path, and that path was not always easy to follow. Beyond Zigoto was the wilderness of Kitasuna. The location of Puthid was only known as a set of coordinates and nothing more. Travelers would have to prepare for the 120-day march to Puthid across the grasslands. The forests tended to hug the river banks, so it was easy to spot the river and follow it to Puthid.
We're talking about traveling from Calgary, Canada, all the way to the equator. And they managed to do that in 120 days. So walk from Calgary, Canada to the equator. That's about the distance we're dealing with. It's literally that far to Pathade. And they say, and to them on the trail, the Genosha Trail, it's 120 days.
In 166 of the First Age, the harbor was built to allow boats to sail down the river in the spring when the water was at its highest. In another 150 years, the city had a deep channel harbor built to take advantage of the Puthid River's deep cut course next to the village. Zigoto became the northern front line for several thousand years. Kitasuna was a tough planet, and the people here had to learn how to stand at the head of the growing Roka civilization. The Ganashiva Trail was turning into a defined road between the 28 villages and towns of Ganashiva Prefecture. The rolling hills that are Zigoto's beautiful backdrop were now cleared of forests. The town was built from the wood harvested there. The town was able to rest its construction frenzy and begin to lean towards its current steel industry. Over the first centuries of the town's initial construction, it was slow to grow. As the other towns remained small, Zigoto was always adding a house here and there. Shunibala was growing and was always sending people to fortify the frontier lands. The Ganashiva Trail was now the Ganashiva Road. It was dirt most of the way, but stretches of brick began to appear in well-traveled stretches. The Venori began to move away from the town's core, because of the urban feel and the enriching steel industry. The Roka began to work iron in Zigoto. Industry was soon coming to Zigoto, because the region was high in mineral resources. The hills had iron. The soil had iron. The metal was everywhere, it just had to be refined. Zigoto was becoming a steel mining town. Rise of the Roka.
Well, you'll learn the significance of iron later on. Well, when we get to the real dirt at the end of the video, it is truly terrifying. Oh yeah, I noticed that the troll website that follows me actually did not pick up the video. At least I don't think they did. Anyway, well, the significance of iron plays a big role because the Fae are weak against iron. Their greatest weakness is iron. I believe they can touch it, they can handle it, but something about being exposed to iron in certain ways. Something about iron weapons. It may just be superior to their technology at the time. I'm not exactly sure. But the Fae, even on Earth, are weak against iron. They fear iron. Or they're weak against it, or it's toxic. I'm not sure exactly. But let's just keep going.
Rise of the Roka. Non-Mora Fae. The founding was a time of great upheaval. The Roka had rained down upon our heads like some omen of what they would do in the future. We helped them make homes on our land and helped them try to return home with our magic.
Okay, now we're on the point of view of one of the Venori that live in the area.
In the third year of the first age, the Roka had begun to deliver their first children on this world. They have made it a home and they were going to stay. They were so bent on returning home that we had no choice but keep trying to open portals to the Dominion. The first few years were peaceful as they rebuilt their strength. We helped them farm the land and grow their crops to feed their livestock. The Roka began to build Puthid. It was a white marble city from the start. It was a jewel that would grace our world. We began to build the city and we settled along the Mud River. Its brown waters fed many fish and we fished there. The Roka lived south on a smaller river called the Crystal River. Its waters were clear as glass. There was a ridge of volcanic mountains called the Giant's Bones. The hills looked like the spines atop a backbone of a long-dead giant. The Roka built their town around the first few spires and they built a glorious black temple atop the highest peak. It was a sprawling temple complex like the one they said was on the Dominion.
We're learning about the city of Pathaid right now. So we're learning about another city. The whole point of Shikodu is that it's the final stop on the Genosha Trail when it comes to towns. And then the rest of the way, you're literally on your own for thousands and like 10,000 miles or 8,000 miles. There's literally no cities. Going from like basically from Calgary to the equator. And the Genosha Prefecture is very far south. So it's like you turn the earth upside down, you get the geography of Kitasuna. All the landmasses are in the southern hemisphere on Kitasuna. And Genosha and Shannabala, the two named cities, the named locations, they're very far south. Like as far south as Calgary is in Canada, or Edmonton, or it's very far south. They're talking thousands upon thousands of miles with no settlements whatsoever. So they build a harbor so you can just sail there. So we're talking about Pathaid for a bit.
Come to call the temple's mountain the steps of Balithira, and the temple was called the Heraldic Temple of the White Heavens. It was the most holy place they ever built. This was the place that would be the salvation of the Roka and be their way home. By the time they reached 50, they knew that no one was going home. The Heraldic Temple of the White Heavens has the mission of finding a way to return home no matter how long it took. We gave them the gate crystals in 112. We believed that the Roka could use them to return home. In 166 the Roka began to appear in large enough numbers to start pushing against our settlements. This is when things began to fall apart. The Roka breed fast and have large families. We do not breed fast like them and we could not build an army fast enough to keep their numbers down. The Roka had discovered in 188 that they were not alone. They discovered Ganashiva Prefect.
Okay, that's an actual spelling error. Oh, actually, I have to find that in the other document.
They discovered Ganashiva Prefecture. The Roka began to build roads to connect the villages to Puthid. Ganashiva started in Shunibala and moved north. Puthid started to move south. Both communities followed the Mud River and soon they met, and in 212, they finished the road. Roka began to move southward along the road and swelled all the villages of Ganashiva. The largest city was Shikodu, which had the school of all our races. We helped them found the sacred school winter 50th 88 of the first age, but it were not until 211 that the school really took off.
Okay, so this doesn't even cover why it was called Shikodu. But you're going to find out, like I said, at the very end, we're going to cover the Venori side of the story. And it is blood and guts. And I'm saying it is pure blood and guts. So we'll get to it later.
From Puthid to Zigito was a long journey with only Venori villages to pass along the way. We traded with the Roka and became wealthy. This wealth only served us while we were in the Roka settlements. The Roka were buying up everything they could because their industry afforded them wealth of many kinds. Over the next 100 years, the Roka spent their time growing and fortifying their lands.
Hey, yeah, use the wrong there. It happens quite often.
490 the Roka connected Zigito by river and we began to see many ships traveling the waterways. The Roka were beginning to see the river as a road of water, because the land was still too wild for them. The Roka were breeding fast and soon towns were built along the river that had no connecting roads at all.
They just keep fucking misspelling shit.
When 515 came, the Roka were building a prosperous civilization in the south. Puthid was always an outpost in the north. The Roka never liked living there. The city reached 10,000 Roka, but it never grew. The city peaked in 520 with 11,492 Roka. Zigito kept on growing and soon reached 25,000. In the 500s and 600s, Zigito was the largest.
Okay. That was fucked up. It did not Okay, so Zigato, aka what would become Shikodu, was literally the biggest city on the planet at the time.
In the
Early
500s
on.
and 600s, Zigato was the largest city on Kitasuna. Late in 645, a ship from the far-off city of Kitasuna Toki made its way up the Puthet River looking for land to settle. They discovered Puthet and connected more of the Rokat. Soon knowledge spread that the Rokat were on the archipelago. In 777, the Rokat began to encroach upon our settlements with new farms. The Rokat were spreading far. We were being pushed out by them. We began to form councils within their forts and bathhouses to deal with the problems that came with their population growth. The councils were performing their jobs, because the density of the Rokat would increase with little spread outward. In 1022, the Rokat began to expand Zigato to build its iron mills. Zigato was becoming a forge town. All kinds of metals were being shipped in both directions. Betrayals. Farron Narakaido. The Venori hated and feared iron. They were moving away.
Okay, now we're back to the point of view of the Rokat side of things. It's never going to really tell you exactly why. I'm not sure if this does tell you why the city's name was changed, but we'll keep going.
The Venori hated and feared iron. They were moving away in fear of the metal that was being worked in abundance in Zigato. The heraldic school of sorcery was about to lose its Venori teachers. The Roka were saddened by the loss, but they kept on working iron anyway. The Venori moved in the hills near where the iron mines were. The mines were closed that had run off in their water supply. The Roka were respectful of the Venori. As time passed and Zigato became wealthy, the people had become arrogant. The mines near the Venori settlement of Uali were polluting the village. The leaders of Uali went to meet the Roka Council in Zigato and got turned away several times. After a few years of bad treatment by the Roka, the Venori began to hold animosity for the Roka. The Venori in Uali opened a magic school of their own. The Roka began to train sorcerers in other than just Roka magic. A secret program was set up to learn about Venori magic and how to wage war against it. The Roka began to fear the Venori's malevolent magic. In 1266 of the First Age, there was about to be a war between Uali and Zigato. By this time both sides knew what each other's magic was all about. The Venori decided to strike first and burn down a refinery. The Venori know that iron is the lifeblood of Zigato and by destroying the refineries, it would hurt business. The Roka tolerated the sabotage, but at some point it had to stop. The Roka decided it was time to train a real army. Hara Narakaido, the immortal head of Zigato's government, ordered some of Shinibala's generals to train an army for her use. General Kithano told Zigato's leaders to accept a shipment of gold and to make wire and have power running in Zigato. At this time the Roka used iron wires to power the industrial heart of Zigato. It was time to upgrade and get electricity in all the houses. The rest of the city used gas lighting, which in a war could be a weakness in defending the city from attack. The Venori saw the enormous shipment and attacked the wagons. They took the gold bars and tried to hide it. The Roka knew this was likely and had some of the new recruits waiting in the forest around Uali. They shot flaming arrows into the Venori town and it burned hot. Venori women and children were running from the homes. It was not the intent of the Roka to kill the Venori. The attack was to simply destroy the town and force the Venori to put their resources into rebuilding rather than attacking the Roka. Uali was burned to the ground and the Venori were very mad this time. The plan is about to fail. The Venori, instead of rebuilding, try to invade Zigato and kill enough Roka to house their population in a neighborhood south of the main city core. A large suburb had grown south of downtown, which is now being targeted. The following morning, after a night in the crisp air, the Venori came into Zigato's Twin Hearts neighborhood. Many Roka were killed, but the city's military was able to send the Venori back. It was now late autumn and the weather was getting colder. The Roka decided they had enough of the Venori in Uali. A group of about 7,500 Roka went to Uali to destroy the town and kill any who remained upon their arrival.
Okay, so we're going to go look at the Twin Hearts neighborhood of the city. So you can see about where that would be on the map. Because that was the edge of the city at the time. Because Twin Hearts is this park and this park. Those are hearts. These two parks are the hearts. So this suburb down here is Twin Hearts. It at the time of the city when this incident happened, it stopped at this street. That was the edge of the city at the time. This area wasn't built yet. That school hadn't been built. It was just this school. So this area wasn't built yet. So they invaded down here. They came in from the south, invaded into the southern suburb area, which at the time was the bottom of the city because this area had not been built yet. That wasn't built. This was where the leaders lived. So this existed, and a lot of this existed back then. There was probably more steel mills in here than warehousing as it shows today. You see, this is mostly warehousing today, and the steel's up here. Back then, it was down here, and this was just warehousing. So they burned a steel mill that was in this area. There's no longer steel mills here. It's just normal factories and assembly plants and stuff. But back then, it was steel, and this was the Twin Hearts. This was the whole area. It only went to this part, and they burned and attacked down there. So let's get back to the game. I am there. Let's keep going.
The surviving Venori warriors aimed at the Rokat at full speed with their arrows. The Rokat charged with Kimachi as of iron. The Venori no longer feared the black metal. They attacked the Rokat in open combat. The Venori were slaughtered. Only a few Rokat died, but the Venori were killed down to the last child. It was a complete slaughter with little fight. In 1267 of the First Age, Uali was abandoned and the few who hid from the battle had a hard winter. We do not know what happened, but a few Venori survived in the forests. They spread across the region and reported the slaughter to the other Venori towns. Zigato War 1. Farin Narakaido. The Roka are beginning to fear an uprising, so they built guard towers around Zigato. The city was becoming a military stronghold. The Roka and Shunibala are sending troops to the front. The town was arming up for the battle they knew was coming now. In 1269 of the First Age, things are about to be really bad. Over 30 Venori towns now know about Zigato's slaughter and the name of the general behind it. The Venori are determined to kill Kithana Harup and bring her head back to the kinship of Elia. The Roka were chatting amongst themselves in an attempt to locate the Venori government if they had one. At this time in Roka history, the 6 regions of the Roka world had not found each other. Only Puthat and Shunibala were connected. Hara had enough of the Venori getting in the way of the Roka in Zigato. She ordered guard towers to be built all over the region around Zigato. The city and its farmlands were to be protected. The city was making miles of gold wire to start bringing power to all the houses. A telecom system was also in the works, and later the telephone was brought in.
If you ladies need a real hero in feminism, take up this general here. She kicked ass, like big time ass. Her name was Kithana Harubi. She was a crazy general. She was a badass. She's like the Lilith of Kitasuna. She is fem power all the way when it comes to the Rokat. A female general, like a 5-star general back in her day. So there's a feminist symbol for y'all. Let me get that name back in. Kithana Harube.
The importance of being able to contact the military was of utmost importance. The Venori are posing a real threat to Zigato's people. Hara was not going to stand for a frightened and fearful public. The public as a whole praying for revenge on the Venori for all the hardships brought upon the region. At this time the Venori sought justice in destroying Zigato. There was a problem in letting the Venori do what they wanted is that Zigato was Kidashuna's largest Roka city at that time. Letting it fall would make the Roka look weak. Hara brought the High Council together at the bathhouse for a meeting. They decided they would fortify and let the Venori try. It was clear that the Roka and their iron weapons would be deadly. Shunibala sent a message to Elia to gather an army to attack Zigato. It was to her knowledge that the Roka were allowing the Venori to have justice. The Venori came upon Zigato to find it fortified, and the public as a whole was trained to fight with traditional weapons.
Yep.
The Venori threw themselves upon the razor-sharp blades of the Roka and were slaughtered. The armies kept on coming until the land was littered with Venori corpses. It was the idea of that she would martyr enough of her kind to poison the land.
Honestly, that's pretty badass in itself. Yikes. The Venori would come in so thick on Zigoto that their blood would literally poison the soil. Can you imagine just how bad that is? That freaking makes D-Day look like a picnic. These are brutal battles. You gotta wait until you hear the Venori account of the battles. It's insane.
To her dismay, the Roka were able to find other ways to grow food in the iron-rich soil of the region.
Yep.
Elia's plan failed miserably, and it led to the deaths of 25,000 Venori. By the end of the year, the Venori were out of soldiers and were ready to send their children into battle. Zigato has held strong against the enemy. Zigato's population was beginning to strain the resources of the region, so they decided to send an army for a final battle with the Venori in the kinship of Elia. 5,000 trained Roka were sent southward. The vast army was more than the total population of the Venori in the kinship of Elia. Shunibala was probably going to defend Elia and her people, so a vast army was sent to deal with them too.
Okay, we're not covering multiple regions now. Let me show you where on Kitasuna these places actually are. Let me get the map of the planet. Oh yeah, here's a map of all of Kitasuna, the entire world. That's the entire planet. And yes, this is labeled. You can see that's Pathate. It's literally on the equator. The equator will go through the center of the map. Pathate is right on the equator. Shikodu is way down here. So that would literally be like freaking Calgary, Canada, just going south. And I didn't even point far enough south. I pointed at Cabinora. So we got to go further down. We're going to the snow. There's ice cap. That's the Genosha prefecture between Shikodu, Venerago, and Shanabala. Venerago is only mentioned at all because in my channeling logs it's listed as a slave breeding city. Their industry is slave breeding. And they're shipped to Shikodu, where they're sorted and sold. It has 3 Shikodu, as of the map that I have, which is current, has 3 slave trading facilities in it. A 4th that isn't, I have not gotten the floor plans of, but there they are. Is the region way down here by the ice cap. So we got unlisted inhabitants down here. There's no stories for them. And we got Shikodu. So I'll zoom out a little bit so you get some idea just how far away that is. 120 days to walk that trail. Goes in, bends there and heads east into Pathade, and then walled cities, big cities across the whole world. So yeah, Pathade and Zigoto is way down here. So like I said, it's got to be like 8,000 or 10,000 miles to walk. 120 days. So that's what we're looking at. That's the whole world. The whole world. So give me a world.
It took 28 days for the army to reach Shunibala and Relia. The army set up a huge camp north of the 2 towns. Hara did not go with the army, but she gave orders for the army to seal off Tiffany Pass to the south and the main camp on the north. The army's ready for battle. At night the battle was set to happen.
I
The north
paused
and
it.
south legions closed in and seized the 2 towns.
I actually paused it. What the hell is it doing? So Elia kinship is in Shanabala to the south. And the other kinship, what was the other one called? How many kinships on here? Yeah, it's Elia. There's another Uali. There's Uali, which is near Zigoto, or Shikodu. So yeah, we don't even have. It's not even showing up on here actually, but we'll get back. We'll just get back to it. It's what it is. We'll get back to it.
Night the battle was set to happen. Both the north and south legions closed in and seized the 2 towns. Shunibala was ready for battle. The noise of the Rokat battling woke the Venori and Relia. The Rokat and Shunibala were trained in traditional weapons, but Zigato's army had Daimoris. Shunibala was surrounded and no one.
Daimori is like a long. It's like a Bowie knife. But the Rokat do have explosive arrows, incendiary weapons launched from bows and stuff like that. So yes, they can make a whole bunch of noise. A lot of noise. And their bows are about 3 times as strong as a human's, 3 times as strong as a war bow, like the English would have, which is about 150 pounds. So that times that by 3, seeing about 450 pounds draw. So yeah, you can launch a grenade off of something like that. And yeah, it's going to be a lot of boom. It's going to be boom, 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 all across the battlefield as a volley of arrows is launched from the Rokat side because they got incendiary arrows with explosive tips and shit. So yeah, it will wake up those elves in Aurelia because they have explosive arrows. One of those hits you, it's going to go off inside of you. So it's pretty nasty weapons these Rokat have. And it makes a lot of noise. If one of them misses, hits a tree, boom! It's like a grenade going off. So yeah, that's what the noise is about. The battle's waking up Venori and Aurelia because the Rokat have incendiary weapons, have incendiary arrows that explode. Lots of noise. Not when they launch, only when they land. Sneaky little buggers.
Shunibala was surrounded and no one was able to escape the city. The night was bloody. The daimoris had been chosen well and made by the finest craftsmen in Zigato. The blades cut the traditional weapons like meat. It was easy to bring them down. We sent our women to do battle and left a slaughtered ruin. In the morning the Venori saw that the Roka of Shunibala were all dead. Their heads were piled high in Tea House Square. The Venori were no less easy to slaughter. Relia was burned during the battle. The Venori hid along the cliffs and used their bows to kill the Roka. It was not enough, because we already held Shunibala. The Venori stood no chance against Roka daimoris. Zigato's warriors were fast as lightning in the night. They struck like lightning and all in their path was dead. Shunibala was taken in an hour and all were dead. The Roka do not bother to run, no matter how dire the situation is. All fought to the death so valiantly that I shall build a monument to them. The Venori however scattered like rats when they found that defeat was near. It is true that we will have to defeat all of them in order to establish lasting peace. Zigato War 2. Farah Narakaido. Elia was becoming fed up with the events taking place with the Roka throughout Kitasuna. Following the actions of a single warrior, the Roka damned their race to be hated by the Venori for all time. Elia had become Janu and he showed that he hated what he was by starting the oldest of the wars of our people on Kitasuna. He was born in Zigato in 1358 of the First Age. He was born to a demon in a house near Fairy Hill Plaza. There was a park across the street from the house and it was used to host evil rituals to the Surhanic gods.
The house sadly no longer exists. I showed you the park already. I already showed you where the park was. There's no house near that park. I'll show you again. This is the park. Those are entertainment spaces, actually. It's mostly entertainment spaces, a wedding venue, bars, entertainment, things like that. But there is no house across the street on the park. None at all. Nearest house would be this, a couple back here, that one. There's no house. That house technically no longer exists. So you just saw the map. That's all commercial. That is office space currently. So there's no house. The only house, near Fairy Hill. I think I know which house it is then. I think I know exactly which house. Let me turn this around. I'll show you which house. I'm pretty sure because there's great significance to this currently. And it would be this house right here. This exact building. Yes, it does still exist. It would be this place. There's a significance to that dwelling. Jacoba housed one of his slaves there, a human slave, the Avian Brotherhood, and even housed dignitaries at this building. It's this one. Not the corner, but the one next to it. He has housed people there. It's very significant to even Jacoba, so it may have a historical significance to it. So that may be the house he's talking about.
No respectable school would take him in and only his mother was able to teach him. He only learned of evil and the ways of evil. It is believed that his parents were Shiva Sukachip and Shimak Chipu. Shimak only had one wife, because she was all that would marry the elder god of Karain on Kitasuna. Zigato was large enough, so that few would know what was growing in their midst. The road to Puthet was built and the people in Zigato were now building a railroad to Puthet. Trade was booming across Kitasuna. Janu was about to make life a lot harder. Janu was so evil that he could not be taught in the regular school system. His mother taught him at home. He will only learn about magic in the Surhanic temple. Janu cast tribal racism and made our hate flow like rivers of blood. The rage overtook us and we had no choice but to let loose on the Venori. The Rokat were so driven by the curse that we ran out of our towns and cities to murder the Venori wherever we could find them. We chopped them up with our swords and butchered them like animals. Glory rode
Yikes.
high upon this curse, because it was evil and in the names. Janu then casts the judgment day and all of us can feel the wrath of Sorhan as he turned and writhed in Garain. The demon was about to manifest upon our world to bring this curse to us. The power was too great for any one Rokat to hold.
The 2 spells listed are actually real spells. I do have them. Let me see what the first one is. It's called... Well, it's some racist fucking spell. And the next one is the Judgment Day. I'm actually trying to find it, but it's now Tribal Racism. That's what it's called. And yes, I do have these. I actually do have the spells. I'm not going to reveal them because that would be dangerous. Given what Trump's doing in this country, yeah, revealing that kind of power and letting other people wield it, hell no. I'd rather stay in total control of what's happening here.
Glory rode high upon this curse.
Oh, I already read the part about the Judgment Day.
The sky turned red and the sun went dark as the ashes of disaster blew over the world.
Yeah.
It was clear that a great evil fell upon Kitasuna. The sky became black over Zigato and the rest of the world. The Roka were able to thrive in the darkness because their souls had become evil. The Roka as a whole were about to commit the most bloody atrocity of all time. It began in Zigato and spread across the world. The sky was now black and day and night was lost to the clouds of ash. The Venori did not know what to do, so they prayed to the names for answers and the power to part the clouds. The clouds could not be parted by Venori magic. We also tried to part the clouds, but they were cursed into place by Janu. After what was believed to be 8 days that were marked by a slight warming of the air, we saw mountains fall from the sky in fiery heaps upon the plains of Puthid. The sky was red once again. Janu had brought down the sky upon us. The Venori were in panic, but we knew to slaughter them for food. We turned our steel mills into smoking houses to preserve the meat and flavor it for the hard times ahead.
You know what that actually means? Turning steel mills into smoking houses for the flesh of your enemy? Well, it's not technically cannibalism because the Rokat are eating Venori and they are distinctly different species. They are able to reproduce and produce offspring despite the fact they look completely different. Rokat, ugly, they look fucking ugly as hell. They look like animals. But Venori, they look like elves. Tall, slender, beautiful, pointed-eared humanoids. But they come from the same lineage, is the thing. But they're not so distantly related they can't have kids. But yet the Rokat turned steel mills into smoking houses to eat the Venori during a famine. They have not yet changed the name of their city yet. The atrocity does get worse. Cooking Venori over the heat of molten steel. That is some gruesome imagery. It's like Hitler was a messed up motherfucker, but goddamn, cooking your enemy over a steel mill. That is freaking brutal. You can't get much more fucked up than that, dude. 2 sentient civilizations, technological civilizations. One currently about as advanced as we are today on Earth, and the other about as advanced as medieval period. Trying to coexist and trade together, but yet there's this something, mountains falling from the sky. That would be a meteor impact. Somewhere on the plains of Pathaid, which is up north in the city of Pathaid, blackens the sky, causing a global famine. The Rokat are hunters. They're carnivorous. They have to eat meat in order to survive. They're not human. So what they're going to do is they're going to eat what is available. The Venori, who are able to survive on vegetable matter and not have much of a problem with it. So we do got, yeah, and they still haven't changed the name of the city. I don't even know where it gets mentioned in here. It's getting so brutal.
Janu's power was about to grow further and lead us to doom. The glory of the Roka in battle was about to be marked by blood. There was no judgment, there was only the strong that could kill without thought. After a year we could find no more Venori to kill for food and the animals had all but died out. We were living on the food stock we had already made. After the year was done, the winter rains cleared the sky enough to see the difference between day and night. The trees began to grow again. The Venori were in hiding from us and we could not find them. It was not clear if we ate them into extinction, but it was clear that very few lived. In spring of 1377, the sun shone for the first time in 4 years. We planted our fields and got ready for the next year. Kitasuna was coming back to life. Jianyu did what he wanted. He brought Kitasuna to complete and utter destruction. Zigato's High Council decided to change the name of the city in an attempt to forget the past. Jianyu's evil was so great that it was better ignored and forgotten. On summer 38th of 1378 of the First Age, Zigato will be renamed to Shikodu.
Okay, there it is. That's why they changed the name of the city. Now you get to hear from the Rokat side why they changed the name of the city. Fucking brutal. Using your steel mills. Steel mills are completely immune to climate change. They're going to operate no matter what. So during this great famine, during a meteor impact that lasted 4 years, I'm guessing 1373 to 1377, the Rokat hunted Venori and cooked them over molten steel. That is why they changed the name of the city. That's why it's called Shikodu and not Zigoto. Well, yeah, there's still the Zigoto Square and there's Zigoto subdivisions as neighborhoods within the city. You're not going to erase the history entirely. There's always going to be little pieces here and there. So there's the brutality. The real brutality of why the city changed its name. I guess we didn't have to ask the Venori. The brutality within their books happened well before that. So we'll get to their story later, like at the end of this.
New beginnings. Farron Narukaido. The great city of Shikodu stood strong and proud over its achievements in industry, and it was quickly forgetting the past.
Yeah,
the Rokan knew it was best to never look back. The history books were changed to hide the 1,377 years of tyranny and evil.
Yep.
The city was founded under its new name and all the past was hidden. The Venori were further outraged when they found out that the Roka hid all evidence of the atrocity they had committed. Jianyu was never punished, because it would require the Roka to acknowledge a past they said does not exist. Jianyu went on to found the Surhunic Temple and was building up to the next atrocity. The Roka never learned from the past and are doomed to forever repeat the events they try so hard to forget. The Surhunic Temple is at fault for all evils. Jianyu traveled to Shunibala and brought technology with him back to Shikodu. Jianyu used this technology to make the High Council immortal, so they would always be in debt to Jianyu and thus under his sole control. Jianyu used this power to quickly take over the Ganashiba prefecture. The lands prospered under his demonic and immortal rule.
I'm going to say this is where the Rokat finally surpassed the humans in technology. Medical immortality finally becomes a real thing. So Jianyu develops medical immortality for the Rokat elites. And it looks like it starts in Shikodu, not Shannabala. Shannabala is a shithole into itself. It's a whole nother monster. But Shikodu is definitely by far the worst of the worst that I know about when it comes to atrocity. And of course, they're the first to receive medical immortality. And it happens to be the very leaders that actually committed the atrocities. Still alive. Some of which are alive to this very day. And I've actually channeled them. Still living, immortal, billions of years later. Because this happened billions of years before the Earth even existed. So let's keep going.
The growing power of Ganashiba quickly spread to any region aware of him and his immortality. The Puthid prefecture tried to stop Jianyu once they connected enough to know what was actually happening. Puthid's Roka were far fewer in number, because Jianyu was evil and sought power above all else. By the time the year 1984 came, Jianyu was ready to seize control of the planet. The year came and Jianyu seized power over all the Roka. All the other capital cities became nothing to the power of Jianyu and Shikodu. Jianyu's grand design was made and in it was a plan to populate the planet with enough Roka to make sure that no emerging civilization would pose a threat. Jianyu was eager to develop space-capable ships and later develop warp-capable ships. It was Jianyu's mission to educate the Roka and send them out to conquer creation while it had few to stand in his way. It was never really a fall, but rather a shift in power. Jianyu saw that Kitasuna Toki was more beautiful and sacred with holy sites. Jianyu moved the High Council to Kitasuna Toki. The people of Shikodu were happy to see the fame go. The city went into obscurity and hid this past as well. Shikodu was trying to return to a normal pace of existence that would otherwise have been if it were not for Jianyu. Prophecy of the Third Age.
Okay, I don't think these even have to do with Shikodu, so I'm not going to bring them up. Actually, we're going to go to Zigoto, or Zigto power, which is the name of the kinship that Zigoto is named for. So yeah, we're going to... And it is a prophecy. It looks like it is a prophecy. So we're going to go into this prophecy and see what happens.
Zigto power. Nicodemo Parishi. During the Third Age, the Zigtoans would finally return to rebuild the city of Hathra. The iron mines have run dry and the hills near the city have returned to their pristine state. The city of Hathra is rebuilt at the start of the Third Age. It was a shining city of silver. The Rokat had their jewel, the city of Shikodu, which gleamed by the Puthid River. The city of Hathra was at its original location. The Rokat had what they wanted, and so did the Venori. It was not known that those in Hathra had taught those in Ashoko how to make the first Ikana. The Venori in Hathra sought revenge, and they sought to use the Venori sanctuary as a tool against the far-flung prefectures of the Rokat. The Venori sent their Ikanas, and the Rokat defended against them. The city of Shikodu will not fall to any Ikana sent against them. The knowledge given to the Rokat in the First Age was not lost. It was a weapon that would deal deadly blows. All the Ikanas failed to destroy Shikodu, or any Rokat city for that matter.
Well, the Ikanas, as the chat says, or Ikina, they are a Venori soldier, like warrior soldier program to create a super soldier. You know, the Americans in there, you look up American conspiracy theory, super soldier program. Well, the Venori had their own version of that. And they try to create these Ikina soldiers to destroy the Rokat. And of course, they failed miserably. And it only backfired on them. So we're going to get into the rest of this. And yeah, we're going to go into the rest of this and continue.
The Zigtoans had to come to terms that they cannot destroy Shikodu or any city of the Rokat. They never forgot the ancient magic handed to them. Whatever the Zigtoans did, the Rokat could counter it. Soon the Surhanic temple would form in Shikodu under a madman named Jianyu Hidakara. He has lived since before time began. He is the most ancient sorcerer of all. He took in the knowledge of the Venori and made a temple under the blue sun. The Rokat were in the Third Age of Kitasuna. This would be the Age of Sorhan. The Age of Sorhan is a war that never ends and will be fought for all time. This is the final age of the Rokat. The Rokat will dream of a new golden age, but it cannot happen. Sorhan has taken hold of the Rokat on Kitasuna and took their souls. Jianyu had sold them all to the will of Sorhan and thus made an empire of evil across all the stars my people have touched. Sorhan's legions have spread to every sun we conquered, and they made new clans based upon those of our native sun who we call Sorhan. There are places where evil has won and places where we had to win over the light.
Well, Sorhan is the principal god of the Rokat. He is like God and Satan in the same body, kind of, because he's the patron god. He is the god of corruption, after all. So he is all powerful because corruption is all powerful. Go ahead. Try and destroy corruption. Go ahead. Try and defeat corruption. You can't. Why do you think Christianity exists at all? It's because corruption can never be destroyed. It is eternal, immortal, and fully indestructible. It is inherent in the blood of all life in the universe. Not on earth, in the universe. So the whole principle of the Sorhanic religion is a god of corruption. He is corruption. He is the prime power of evil in all of existence, because corruption is the prime evil of all things. So the Rokat used to believe in a god named Blithera. I think it was like the Christian god. But they all realize that good never really wins. Evil does. And evil always disguises itself as good, and it will always look good, and it'll always fool the public at large, and it will always win. So the Roka live in a world of reality, and reality is evil always wins, no matter what.
Great warriors were named as gods by those in the light, and we corrected their will. Every god named was turned evil by us. I joined the Zigtoans in Hathra and learned the secrets of their temple. They knew how to summon the greatest powers of all. They held only one ritual that we did not know, and that was the 9-star summoning. This ritual is what made the Ikanas so evil and vile. I would learn this ritual and use it to make an Akinak soldier. A single warrior was made into the ultimate fighting machine to defend the honor of the young Serhanikwe. This warrior was Jacoba Hidakara, and he would fight for the Serhanikwe and glorify our name in battle. We gave him the full power of our temple, and anything he made was in my honor. It was me who gave him the Akinak power. Jacoba was the first to be given the full power of Sorhan to manifest wars and destruction as he saw fit. I wrote down the teachings that he would be taught, and I wrote a great amount of devotion to Sorhan. He would be Sorhan's body on Kitasuna. The Akinak soldier named Jacoba would be Sorhan on Kitasuna, and he would rise to prominence until he was given the throne of the Roka Empire. The greatest power of Jacoba is to bring war to every world he seizes in his grasp. The might of the Roka Empire would ride in the soldiers under his command. Zigato Prophecy. Farah Narakaya. At the start of the fourth age, we shall as a species return to the old ways. Shikodu shall once again be called by its true name, Zigato. This shall mark the tribulation in the final battle with God outside the sky. A king whose evil is beyond measure shall rule and build a gold and diamond throne in what he will call Zigato.
You know, even under Supreme Emperor Jacoba, Shikodu never returned to its primal name. It hasn't happened yet. So this is actually still a prophecy, has not happened. Shikodu is still called Shikodu. The name has not been reverted yet. We are already in the first 3 or 4 years of the fourth age. We're already there. We've been in those years. The fourth age already started. It has been declared, and the years are being counted. Actually, let's go find out what year we're actually in. The exact year. Okay, let's go find out. We're in the 5th year, actually. We're year 5. I didn't even realize they were that deep into the fourth age. We're in year 5 right now. And Zigoto has not been declared. So this hasn't happened yet.
God, the sky is watching the unfolding evil of this king of Zigato. At the time of the start of the fourth age, there shall be a mark of evil that shall cover the whole world. I shall not date this event, because the evil I see happening here might use this. Zigato, Zigato, great Zigato, it is time for your return. The mighty Roka city that has been hidden through the ages shall once again rise from the ashes of war. The Zigato tyrant shall rule the world, and with his power he shall rule all the stars in the sky. Every world and every people he finds shall worship him as the supreme god, man god. A time
really thinking about it, I'm supposed to be reincarnated and born in Shikodu in my next life after this life ends. I'm supposed to be born in Shikodu and raised by one of the leading families there. The Hutaki family. They're one of the Illuminati, one of the 13 Illuminati bloodlines of the Rokat. I might actually be the king they're talking about. I may be this king they're talking about. It could be me. Could be my next life. This could happen in 50. Actually, it may happen in 60 to 70 years. This may be 60, 70 years in the future. So you got to give me time to finish my life here. And another, 15 years on Kitasuna to grow up as a Rokat? So that'd be, 15 Earth years to grow up as a Rokat and take my throne. So, that'll probably be, I don't know, 50, 60 years maybe.
The time shall come in the reign of the Zigato tyrant that 13 children of another world shall be brought to our shining city. One is given the greatest power of the Roka on Kitasuna. 2 others are given the darkness of lore from which absolute destruction shall be manifest upon the mortal Kitasuna. The worlds in the sky are aware of this power and are working to stop them. The worlds of the sky shall fail and be laid waste for trying to stop the Zigato tyrant. He is of hate, and all he knows is hatred. This hate runs deep, even deeper than that of Janu, who is absolute evil. He is not just a tyrant, but a beastly demon in flesh that walks and breathes like us, but is not complete Roka. He is as black as night and evil as the darkness of his skin. The Zigato tyrant is going to be born in Zanu, Nakoto Prefecture on winter 8th of 362 of the Third Age. His name shall not be spoken here, because it is evil beyond words. The Zigato tyrant shall bring upon Shikodu the fullest glory it has seen in all its years. We shall know what power truly is when he places here the center of the Roka Empire.
Actually, never mind. I know who the Zigato tyrant actually is. That's Jacoba Hidakara. His birthday is winter 8th a 362 of the Third Age. So it's just another reincarnation of Jacoba, I guess. Not me. Damn it, I thought I had a piece of history here. Never mind. Jacoba gets reborn. Somehow he gets killed for the first time. And he gets reborn as a monster.
Tsunetoki is surpassed by Zigoto when the Zigoto tyrant moves the government to Zigoto. The people here will become rich beyond their wildest dreams.
They're already
The
rich.
greatest wealth it has ever seen. The city will make many services free and begin to offer access to the heraldic school of sorcery. At this time the school is known as the Sacred School of the Prophecy.
Yep.
We do not know much about the prophecy, but we can see that it marks a tribulation of its own. The mark of evil is upon the book that will control the school here. The Zigoto tyrant uses prophecy magic to become even more powerful and will train with those who are gifted great power. The fall of the Zigoto tyrant leads to yet another beast of evil on the throne. Jianu will take over and keep the Zigoto tyrant from obtaining power ever again. The Rokat are destined to be ruled by Jianu for all time. Our glorious city shall shine like a jewel on Kitasuna. The world shall forever be ruled from Zigoto once the name is resurrected from the abyss of memory. We shall barely wait until the time comes that we shall rule the whole Rokat Empire. It is our destiny to rule all things. Zigoto shall be the capital of all the worlds in the sky. Zigoto.
You know, Jacoba actually, in the channeling laws, Jacoba for, I don't know, about 3 years of his 6-year reign, he did have Shikodu as his primary capital. It lasted for the first few years of his reign as Supreme Emperor. So we can only assume that's what they're talking about. But it never really amounted to all that much. Nothing really happened. Other than he got like more popular, and more popular. He became like the Michael Jackson of his world, except for there's no pedophilia. Because, you know, Rokat would do horrible shit to pedophiles. I mean, unspeakable horrors. Things you would change the name of a city to erase. Levels of fucked up. Okay, we're still with the same dude. His name is Nekadima Parishi. He's a prophet, and I believe his family line is one of the Illuminati bloodlines on Kitasuna. So, after this, we're gonna go to like what is after this? Okay, after this, we go to the Vinori account. And oh, it's fucked up.
Final prophecy. Nekadima Parishi. The time has come that our old kings have found the new kings on a sleeping world. During the days of the fall to the Econos we see a warrior that can fight back the evils of our atrocity. This king is one of the blood of humans, born at the end of the age.
Ooh.
His name cannot be spoken, but it is the name of a great sorcerer on his own world. He is known for his greatest gifts and the evils fear what he is. They say he is a saint of the holy blood of Yahweh, but it is that he is the blood of the Chifu clan and the Lunari clan. The birthright of these kindred is of a most sacred kind. These children shall be brought to our world in the form of their sacred souls. None shall be of flesh, but of souls more holy than life itself. Only two shall be brought here. Jatok and Fane of the children of the Lord Jianu shall be made pure and holy. Their sins are wiped clean, no matter what they are. Even the immortal sin is erased from their souls.
You know, this actually is a direct reference to me and someone named April Ward who lives in Minnesota. Who I'm trying to find a way to get a hold of. Well, I think she might have left the internet, by the way. But this is actually a direct reference to me. But there's only like a handful of people associated with this, and I'm one of them. And April Ward is the other. There are no more people outside of those two associated with this.
Glory of creation shines from the children of the twin stars. The celestials have made into this creation children of pure white light. Their souls cannot carry sin, for others are damned for them.
Yep.
The glory of Jatok is in his power to destroy all that stands in his way. The glory of Fane lays in her healing powers given by the souls of the first in creation. Glory shall shine strong for the perfect warrior of the Rokat. It is he or she that slays without mercy and forethought. It is he or she that kills without thought. It is he or she that masters the skills of combat without thoughts of weakness in the midst of battle. Only the strong have a place in my legions. Glorious shall be the mighty that stand the weight of warfare like the strong. They shall never give in to weakness and never know weakness, for it brings death in warfare. Stand immortal to your enemy and smite them dead. The immortal warrior knows the battle is not death but a transition in the phases of life. Smite them dead and take all that stands against you. Burn down the village and the town that murders your army. Smite dead those that work against you. Bring upon your enemy all the pain that is manufactured against you. The city against you shall be smitten into cold ruin. Only the strong deserve the right to life. When we strike, it is us in the battle that deserves life. The weak have been smitten in our place, and the strong hold on to face the hard enemy. The Rokat stand mighty against all that come upon our race in our worlds. We are pure and strong. The army stands tall and defies the land of the weak. We stand and no others master us. The first grimoire.
Okay, I am not reading the grimoire, dude. This is like stuff is forbidden. Okay, we did that. We covered the Rokat side of the war. Oh, this is going to be horrifying. We're not going to go to the Vinori side of the conflict. It is truly gruesome, dude. This is like truly effed up. Rokat have got to be the most. They fucking make the Klingons look like a basket of baby bunnies, dude. Like, seriously? Rokat made Klingons look like a basket of bunnies. We're like, it's like the Norse. There is nothing on Earth that even comes close to how fucked up this gets. So, I need another one. We're dealing with, like, true darkness here. Like, we're dealing with monstrous evil. This is the kind of evil that Satan would be afraid of. Because Satan only wants to damn your soul. But Rokat, they're after cosmic conquest. And if anything, with Magitech and all that stuff in their list of technologies, philosophies, and spiritual teachings, they're a mortal race that seeks the destruction and the ruin of the souls of their enemies. Destruction of their souls and the ruin of their enemies. There's a division there. Destruction of their souls, and the ruin of their enemies. So, not only will you'll see the Vinori account is horrifying. Like, this is nightmare inducing. Fucked up. So let's get into it. Let's get into the real meat. I mean, the meat grinder that makes Ukraine look like a picnic. We're dealing with Rokat, not Russians. This is a real army.
Rape of Mykonia. Kolyan Karkondas. It was a...
Let me read that out. Story is titled Rape of Mykonia, which is the city the Vinori had, which sits on top of Ferry Hill, downtown Shikodu in the present day. This is the Vinori account. Can't stress that enough. This is another species. Enemy of the Rokat. Or I guess just their victims, because aiming the Rokat, you'd really have to try hard. Just being their victims, you just have to not be a Rokat and taste good. I hear you just have to taste good to be, I don't know, enemy of the Rokat.
Rape of Mykonia. Kolyan Karkondas. It was a bright and sunny day when the firebacks came down the river. They had ships without sails and made a rumbling noise as they went along. They looked as if we were the next city to burn, as all the villages south have done so. The army of these firebacks made landfall between Sarin and Mykonia on the beach. We watched in vain as they sacked and burned Sarin and killed all her people. The firebacks fought with ferocity we have never seen before. Not even the demons of legend fought like this. The river Kikulsh ran red and the dead floated north like logs. The villagers from Teshtai kinship ran for the hills, and a few took the Kikulsh ferry to my city. I sheltered them at Mykonia fortress in the city itself. The castle was reserved for my own people. The firebacks had burned down Sarin and decided to go for the walled city of Mykonia. They burnt our farms and killed anything they could find. The firebacks came to the wall of Mykonia and could not break through. We poured boiling oil on them and threw down fire bombs. Though we injured and killed those against the wall, more soldiers would climb over the dead and injured to continue the siege. The attack was so sudden I had not been able to gather all my soldiers at the castle. We had 1,500 soldiers and 300 archers, and I sent them to break the siege and get the people safely out of Mykonia and to my castle. The firebacks killed all but 90 soldiers and 14 archers.
So we're looking at 98, 99% kill rate here. The Rokat would have just completely wiped them out, but somebody has to tell the tale. The Rokat are actually known for that, for allowing somebody to live so they can go tell their other people, like, oh, Firebacks, you need to stay away from them. They're going to kill you in some horrible, gruesome, unspeakable way. Run like fucking hell when you see one of these fuckers. I'll cover what a fireback looks like. That video got deleted or it never saved, so I'll show what a fireback looks like later on.
Neil was doomed, and we do not have the weapons these firebacks use. By the evening of the first day of battle, the firebacks broke down the gates and the fires began. Within a few hours, the people were trapped and being slaughtered and burned alive. My spies stood helpless on the wall watching as all of Mikania burned away. They slowly retreated, one at a time. They told the most terrible of tales. My people were sacrificed in rituals to the deity Tahol Neba. The firebacks were not done after the rituals. They held a ritual feast in honor of the founder of a new city. They called it Zigato, a play off the name of our crumbling kinship. All the people were burned at the Fasser temple. The bloodbath was complete as the warriors drank and bathed in NVA blood. The Venori sold out to the firebacks and made war upon us. My castle was laid siege and the Venori were at arms. My own subjects turned against me in order to live. The Alani fled from the region as the firebacks came ashore from the river. None of the NVA could figure out where this war started. We only knew the firebacks came from the sky in meteors. They were no gods, but devils. We never had a chance against this mighty foe. They are bent on destruction. Mikania is the first NVA city to fall, but it will not be the last. The villages of Kepla and Convier fell as the siege began. Kepla, just being outside the wall, was doomed from the start. Convier was doomed without a wall and soldiers. Bonder in a valley nearby escaped by evacuating when they saw the fires and smoke from Mikania. Bonder was a religious village with a monastery to Fasser and Fassera. For some reason no fires ever erupted from the monastery grounds. It must have been by the grace of Fasser that we remained safe. Mikania Castle was left alone, but the firebacks built camp and were making plans on how to use our lands. After everyone was dead in Mikania, the firebacks made camps inside the walls of the burned out city. We sat in our castle waiting for the...
Okay, let me fix that. Cord.
We sat in our castle waiting for the next move. For several days the firebacks remained inactive. Our spies could only see that they were planning something. We could not know the scope of these plans, that it would be a city of their kind. They began to clear the land and we began to carve a new road around Mikania. The firebacks suddenly stirred from their scheme and attacked. Without any notice, our castle was under siege once again. The firebacks have come up with a plan to destroy us and allow their new allies, the Venori, to build where they have not. The firebacks have taken the capital and now Mikania fortress was out of food. The captives came out to meet their doom. I have fled north to Erebus kinship to the city of Malachi. The king of Erebus would surely fight for us. I arrived to find a coward living in fear. King Solon was too fearful of what he witnessed in my lands.
Okay, I was wrong. It's called the Inanba. They're the race. I guess they're like a sub-race or I don't know, like a subspecies of the Venori. I'm not exactly sure who the Inanva are, but I don't know. Kyusen has so many sentient races, and it's strange how they all have survived. Despite all these wars, the Inanva are still alive to this day. They're not extinct. The Rokat have a thing called the Species Protection Act. They don't really exterminate 100%. At least if they can avoid it. But I do know they will exterminate 100% when they're like, I don't know, against them, LGB or something like that. Yeah, they will go all the way. But the Nunva do still exist to this day. I have channeled members of their species, and we're actually reading their book, of all things. Reading their book, their religious texts containing the history here.
I was heading further north to the lands of King Jin in Ifrat kinship in the mighty stronghold of Marduk. There I found someone willing to fight the firebacks. The city of Marduk has not witnessed the fighting of the firebacks. I would call upon King Ashdajin to mount an invasion of Mikania. These are mighty warriors of the Alani. The NVA do not have such skills with the bow and the sword. We lack even the strength to wield the war hammer. King Ashta gave me 8,000 infantry, 1,500 cavalry, 500 archers, and 10 generals to lead them. We marched back south to my homeland of Sikto kinship. If all was lost we would take back the city and send women south for the men.
Okay. Keep
We
playing.
found that the city was gone and that the Firebacks have built a grid city inside the walls of Mykonia. The harbor was rebuilt and the Firebacks had reclaimed the farms that were destroyed. They were bent on living where we once lived. Our ship made its way south to my homeland and we landed where Siren once stood to only find a strange house and some animals being kept by the owners. We made landfall on the new pier and made our way to the strange house. It was not a construct of any kind I have ever seen. Siren was a village of these strange people. The Firebacks moved their families and children to this newly conquered land. Have they become so arrogant that they brought their children here? It would seem Fireback arrogance would be something we will face until long after my reign ends. What I saw standing tall before my eyes was the reason these creatures were able to take our lands. It stood tall, the chimney of an iron mill. The weapons of these Firebacks were made of iron. They were not eldritch like us, because they wield weapons of cold hard iron.
Yep.
Slaughter in Mykonia. Kulyan Karkandus. It was late at night when I led the legions to the main city gates. There were now iron weapons guarding the gates and Fireback soldiers with massive weapons of iron. We could not enter the city. Not even tradesmen could enter the city at this point. Only the Venori could go near iron.
Yep.
Iron is toxic to us and even a slight wound would be fatal. By sunrise the enemy had spotted us and sent out a regiment to meet us on the field of battle. We could see the gleaming iron weapons of these champions. Most of the legions ran for the forests west of
I stopped it. Okay, I think I'm starting to get it. And Nanva are actually weak against iron. You cut them with the metal and somehow it's toxic to them. I'm not sure how, but I guess it's a spiritual thing in deep fear that drives him to death. Kind of like Cajun a Rokat kills a Rokat within 7 to 10 days. But Venori can touch iron, but Inanva cannot. So I think it's some kind of cultural fear. Because why would they be able to touch it? Because they have iron blood. They all come from the same lineage like the Rokat do, and they have iron blood. They have hemoglobin, not cyanoglobin or whatever the fuck the copper one is. Which is not very efficient on land, by the way.
Most of the legions ran for the forests west of Mykonia. We had no choice but to flee with them, because only one legion remained loyal. We regrouped in Bonder, because for some reason it was not conquered or even touched for that matter. We took the day to camp and resupply our soldiers. On the third morning we marched to the gates of Mykonia. I took 50 men disguised as Venori traders. The gates opened up and we received a rather warm greeting by the Firebacks. They might be more civilized than we thought. We did not let this hinder us and my soldiers attacked and held open the gates while the main forces ran across the fields. The Firebacks were taken by surprise, but the few soldiers inside the walls came forth and met my men in battle. We were able to take them down, but on the south side of Mykonia was an encampment of hundreds. The Firebacks and the NNVA met blade to blade. I entered the city as my soldiers pushed in. I saw a truly alien city now standing where mine had a year ago. I have never seen such straight roads and uniform housing. It was weird how the city became this grid in just a year. They called it Shikodu and it was a stranger to us now. These Firebacks have rebuilt in their own image. We could not recognize anything from when we left. This is now Shikodu, not Mykonia. It would seem that even Mykonia fortress has fallen and all within were dead long ago. Not even a tower of the fortress remained standing. Seemingly the stone was used to build Shikodu as they called it. We marched in and saw the expanse of Mykonia's market was now surrounded by stone buildings and as soon as we reached the crossroad the soldiers attacked. It would seem the King Ashta had his own plans. I got his soldiers in and they had their plans already formulated. They burst into action upon stepping into the center of this strange city. The Firebacks were taken back by the sight of our ferocity this time. I was not open to this combat, but King Ashta knew what I did not. I fled when I should have fought. King Ashta's 10 legions knew how to strike furious and fast. They built torches and went into the fancy shops. Soon the square was on fire and all of a sudden the soldiers of these Firebacks came forward with weapons of gleaming iron. They ran into battle against my men. King Ashton knew the Firebacks were evil and trained his soldiers accordingly. My few soldiers were dead and all that remained were those of King Ashta. His 10 legions stood strong against the Firebacks. The city burned once again and this time we were the ones that set fire to it. The Firebacks did not relent one bit, knowing this was their land, not ours anymore. The battle became bloody and the manicured streets and shops held the corpses of all our dead. King Ashta trained his legions to fight hard and they fight to the last warrior. More soldiers of the Firebacks came, and we fell away.
I'm guessing by the time this war actually took place, the downtown square was already built as it is. These offices, their ground floor is shops. The ground floor of all these buildings here, they're shops. So they're talking about fancy shops. So yeah, if you go from here, it'd go that way. Actually, this whole thing would be enclosed. So you have these houses. You go this way up to about here is the other side of the city. So you have all this area. This whole central area would be enclosed. So they have a massive trading center here, and of course, right here is the harbor. So that's the deep water harbor on this side. This side's shallower, but they did build into the river so the river would carve out the channel for them. It would keep the channel deep. See how they narrowed the river down here so the water would rush through here and just carve it out for them. So they have deep water harbor here and here. These are not, I don't know, they're elevated. They're on pylons. This is likely on pylons and this is likely on pylons. But this area here is a channel. It's carved deep. That's the deep water harbor that's mentioned. So let's get back to what we were talking about. The Shikodu Square area and all that. It's what it is.
The Firebacks had too many soldiers and they were champions of war. Never had we seen such brutality in warfare. These Firebacks were going to martyr their children upon our blade if need be. Sadly, it was us that lost the war. I was captured by the Firebacks.
Yep, now it gets
they took
crazy.
me to my own castle where the prefect Bobby Hotaki. He was upon my throne and ruled my kinship. That arrogant Fireback took my lands from me. I was angry and could do nothing about it. I was allowed to reside in my castle as a pet of sorts. My people were dead and those that lived had run away to other lands. It was just us and the 10 legions from King Ashta. I was captured already and so the legions fought on. They were burned and killed. I was brought before the prefect. He ordered me to write a letter to my people.
Yep, here it is.
And powerful warriors of the future, these are dire times we live in. The Firebacks are gods beyond the sky. They came down upon this world as phantoms from the stars and now they are flesh on this world. I have never seen any like them in ferocity and brutality. As the last free NVA, I beg my future generations to fight back against this immortal threat. We have stood as long as we can at the mercy of our captors. We must now strike back when our numbers and magic permits it. We must stand now or forever.
Hey, what the fuck?
We must stand now or forever remain oppressed. There is no future unless we strike when our numbers allow it. We cannot remain weak forever. We must build our numbers before it is too late. I implore those that read this to stand against the Firebacks. They will destroy everything we stand for. It is over unless we fight back. The letter was written and sent to King Ashta. I am to be sacrificed this night and so this ends my life and story. With a heavy heart I relinquish my lands to Prefect Pavi. May my soul find salvation. Grimoire of the Succubi. Join the NVA.
Oh, hell, I am not going to read that. You're not allowed to know what's in that part of the book. Nope, I ain't sharing that secret. Well, there you got it. That's how fucked up these Rokat. Oh, that is it. The history of Shikodu. As brutal, bloody, and crazy as it actually is. Let me go check the history and see if there's anything else I'm missing. So be patient, folks. Check the timeline for more crazy ass shit. Oh, I got a better way to do this. I have History of the Rokan Empire. So find Shikodu. We got 58 matches in here. Where he did is go to war with new beginnings at 6-3. 5-6. Why? Oh, that's not it. Not it. Letters? Oh, letters from Nijiro Shido. 3-2. Too bad you left because you're about to hear some secret shit about Shikodu that I don't think I've ever mentioned to anybody. Even mentioning Xanu, the city of Xanu in the prophecy, which I thought was only ever mentioned in my channeling logs of all places. Okay, let's go on with this.
3.2 Letters from Naijuro Shido. Gashiko Shido. Upon my return to Rokashimoku, I was heralded in as the Supreme Emperor of the Roka Federation. Now that I control the Roka people, I turned away from Kitasuna and cut ties with the home world to prevent the spread of the evil god. Naijuro contacted me and congratulated me on my title. He knew if not for the Hidakara dynasty he spoke of, he would never reclaim the throne. I would receive a series of letters from Naijuro over progress. These are those letters. I received thousands of letters over 700 years. The battle will be the focus here.
700 years.
Letter 1, Return of the King. I have awakened the Hidakara dynasty. Firstborn of the sun has come to us, a soul from before this creation was created. He is not what we thought. I have been deposed and conquered. I have taken all my knowledge and libraries to the sacred school of the prophecy in Shikodu. I am safe here while Janu Hidakara rules and slaughters. Kitasuna is ravaged by the holy war from which our enlightenment shall awaken. 30 million have been killed in Kitasuna when Janu came to claim my throne. I am with my knowledge. Kitasuna is no longer mine. The Hidakara dynasty is a traitor. Letter 2, Final
God
Divide.
damn.
Janu
Scary.
had 3 children and created a council he called the Tri-Flame. The council of judges has been deposed now. An empire is forming. I now own a slave ranch with my family in Zanu, Ganashiba Prefecture. My throne is gone forever. Puthid was allowed to prosper. Kitasuna trades with the capital cluster and all of Eastern Empire for that matter. Peace has returned, but it is an uneasy peace with the fear of the evil god looming. Janu has declared himself Supreme Emperor of the East. We have slowly been losing trade over the couple hundred years of his rule. The evil god cannot be defeated.
You actually may not want to leave. You're going to hear things that nobody has ever heard. Well, we're talking about the evil god here. The evil god is the Christian God's exact mirror opposite that you're not allowed to know about if you're a Christian or anyone with a logical mind for that matter. If there is creation, there is destruction. If there is great creation, there is great destruction. If there is absolute love, there's absolute hate. Well, the evil God is literally God's alternate mirror self. Well, the Rokat, actually, not only the Rokat, there's a lot of beings, a lot of civilizations that Kiyosu know who the evil God is. They'll never say what his real name is, even though I actually have that in a lot of spells, but the Supreme Emperor of the East, it's not Jacoba, it's not me, it's not Janu. And I already mentioned Zainu, but I know you weren't here when that happened. You're already running away. People are running away. But let's keep going. Third letter. We can get it to play.
Letter 3, Birth of the Roka Empire. The world may be ending. We have had 2 Ragnish rocks over the last century. The Federation is ending and the Roka Empire is being born. Janu has taken control of the Western Empire. I hope the treaty mentioned to us holds for the long term. This is the last time I reach out. I am a citizen of the Roka Empire. Yahweh may see reason to destroy us. He has been turmoil on the home world as of late. Thousands have died. Janu refuses to step down. There appears to be plans to move for a drawn-out war with Yahweh. The Venori are building super soldiers with their evil magic.
Okay, keep going. Keep going.
Everyone moves against us and we will all fight to the death. Let there be glory in battle. Farewell, Honorable Supreme Emperor. Keep the dream alive. 1.2, Puthadian.
Oh, I don't think I'm supposed to read that, dude. That's Puthadian. Puthadian, but it's really Puthadian. Okay, that was a mention of the great Shikodu. Why won't it load? What the hell just happened here? Why won't it load? What's the name of this? What the hell? This is totally... Okay, now we're getting the totally, completely new material. Stuff I completely forgot about that has anything to do with Zigoto. Or Shikodu or any of those cities for that matter. It's too bad you ran away because you're going to miss out on... This video may not be saved. It's too bad you ran away.
4.2, Taking Fairy Valley. Chihanu. Me Sorana chose the time
Chihanu, I
to
think, is a
send
Rokat.
Isana to the one city that plagued the Venori with defeat. This city is Zigoto. it held tight the magic that could destroy the Venori and the enemies they had. In Zigoto lay a secret power that would end the war. Isuna traveled over the mountains into Fairy Valley and over the next range into Zigoto. Fairy Valley is where Isuna would camp and summon her armies of demons. With evil sorcery she summoned her demons. Every living soul in her castle died. With her castle as empty as a cold winter night, she could no longer look back. Everyone she knew was dead and turned into demons. Mii was also dead and he became the leader of all the demons under Isuna's command. Isuna's world fell apart when she learned the truth of her ways. All that she loved would turn away from her and betray her. It was a sad release from her homeland. Isuna gave up her name and forgot it. She simply became Ikuna and soon Queen Ikuna, whose kingdom was Fairy Valley east of Zigoto. Her armies grew in number and soon the Manu clan joined her cause. The Manu are warriors that gave their souls to war. They fell in battle, but would fight as demons by Ikuna's side. The prophet Nicodemo left home to return to Shikodu where he was born. He would begin to see visions of the coming war with Queen Ikuna. He wrote all that he knew of the battles and gave them to the sacred school. During this time Queen Ikuna gathered all evil to her. Queen Ikuna built a city called Tartarus in Fairy Valley. Soon even the fairies would become evil demons under the Hunu clan. In all, 3 legions of demons were commanded by Queen Ikuna. The Soranu served as her generals. The Manu served as her soldiers and the Hunu served as her people. The Hunu numbered the most of all her legions, but they would never fight. The Manu stepped forward and traveled into Zigoto and took flesh by force. Soon the Soranu clan with Ikuna camped in the Valley of the Sun 4 miles southeast of Zigoto. A ring of trees were planted by Queen Ikuna to mark a victory that never came. I am Chi Hunu and I record these words of our queen's exploits. I am Chi Hunu and I record these words of our queen's exploits. This is the story of our
Oh, that's supposed to be capitalized. What the hell? Hey, kids, keep going.
Queen Ikuna sees the iron city of Zigoto as a scar upon the land. She cannot touch iron, being a Venori. Zigoto was a place where the Rokat made iron pure and used it against us. The battle was coming that even we fairies would have to face this city of iron. Zigoto was a fright to us. Queen Ikuna was sent to corrupt us and send us against this city. The battle was coming and we would face the hour of dire need. Peace had been since the most ancient times. Queen...
I think we're looking at one of the... Zigoto wars here. Let's find out what happens.
Queen Ikuna said we must move to the Valley of the Sun and we said no. She left without us and took the Soranu and Manu clans with her into war. She moved her soldiers and crystals to the front lines. She came as a sorceress and the city took no notice of her. She camped in the Valley of the Sun and released her hordes of demons. 144 Soranu clan demons came forth to lead many thousands of Manu clan demons into battle. Zigoto was not blind and with paranoid fervor they gathered the great sorcerers of the Rokat at the sacred school. In the deep cold of the winter night, Queen Ikuna cast her deadly spells. She sent her armies against Zigoto's best. Her demons snuck into the city by night and by day they fled into the woods east of Zigoto. Queen Ikuna cast a spell to lead the children into the forest. When they were deep into the forest and lost, she swept them up with lies of raw meat and sweet fruit. She took the children of the town to her cave where their blood turned the creek red. Queen Ikuna would bathe in this hot blood for many nights until the elder folk learned of what happened each night. Queen Ikuna ate the children fast and went away into the woods.
Damn.
The elder folk forbade any to go into the forest. Queen Ikuna ate so many that a generation was lost. Within the classrooms of the sacred school was a child born of a noble clan. He would fight back but give his life. He went into the forest with a great and powerful holy spell. Queen Ikuna slain him dead and no one heard from him. Any who went into the forest to slay the demon queen would meet their doom by her. It was for 20 years that Zigoto was plagued by Queen Ikuna's curse. Her demons were not able to destroy the city or drive the Rokat away. 4.2 Attack on Zigoto. Kaphanu. A dark shadow falls across Zigoto, swallowing the city into chaos. It is time for the war to begin. Queen Ikuna lets loose her fury in the curses she sends against the city. A storm of black covers the region and Zigoto prepares for war. Queen Ikuna sends the Soranu clan into the city to take flesh and know them as her slaves. She finds among the men of Zigoto a lover worth keeping. The man will be Kupu Shasora. He is the dragon that comes in the night to slay the young for meat. A tower is built in the Valley of the Sun. It is a black tower and is blacker than night. This tower is a cursed place, but inside it shines the light of the White Lord. She cannot do away with her inner light, because she is the daughter of the White Lord.
Okay, the White Lord is a Christian god, just so you know. That's what the Rokat call him. They just call him the White Lord, because he shines a white light. Silvery light. So the Christian god is the White Lord, so now you know. On Earth he had a son, on Kisune he had a daughter.
The war begins with a night strike against the iron mills in the northern part of the city. Her demons smash the furnaces and molten steel flows in the streets. Evil wins the first battle, but soon the sorcery guilds will gather their forces against Ikana. The Great War rages everywhere else on Kitasuna.
Iron
It is Zagato that
Mills.
faces the most dire situation. Only in Zagato is kept the arcane knowledge of an entire people. Soon many die from the attacks and they rise to become demons in service to Queen Ikana. Ikana's army grows larger with each death, but that of the Rokat grows smaller. Ikana becomes a master of the dead. She called the dead to her name and they take demon souls. An army of the dead rise to her calling. The sacred school soon realizes that they must find the source of this evil in order to stop it. They search the woods by day to find nothing. They search the woods by night to never return. The woods are taken into a lawless evil, a chaotic evil. Ikana releases the legions at her command and they go into the city by night and slay the multitudes. Zagato braces for impact and soon a legion is upon the city with 2 legions of people within. The sacred school shines by night as curses are spat forth against it. Zagato is a strong city and with each passing day a new class of students is preparing to step up against the growing threat. The sacred school begins a Surhunic studies program to counter the evil being set loose against them. Ikana was not able to cast a final spell, because she could not get the support of her people. None would approach the city. The fairies will not go there and the Venori were in fear of the iron. None will go near the city of iron, knowing that even the water was tainted by the metal. There is no defense against iron, because it is the bane of all eldritch creatures. It has been told to my kin that those of Zagato plan to use iron to destroy us. It is Queen Ikana that tells us this by means of her powers to see the future. It was Nicotima that saw the future and she was that which asked his visions. These visions showed the death of our valley. We will have to find a place within the Venori sanctuary to call home. We have decided to join Ikana to destroy Zagato, because of the terrible visions. We gathered our armies with those of Queen Ikana. The Hunu clan would join the fight. Queen Ikana commanded 3 legions of demons. Each legion would strike a different part of Zagato. The iron mills were so many that it would take a book of curses to destroy them all. The sorcery guild would take many books of curses to fight, but it was the strength of will of the people that would take the most to destroy. Zagato was united against us, but we would fight this aspect first to tear the city apart. With a string of curses we divided the city, but it took but one night for it to unite at the bathhouse.
Yeah, keep going. What happened to the play button? Okay.
The Rokat were too united to curse into divided factions. The Rokat stood as one, because they knew what was coming. The next morning the Rokat united against us. Ikana summoned all her legions of demons against them. This time the demons would be flesh and blood. The dead have risen against the living. The curse she makes will have every one of their dead become a soldier in Ikana's army. She laid siege upon Zagato, but it was us that were under siege. No force could handle the might of Zagato. They had been around long enough to make rituals to fight the dead. Ikana struck hard with a deadly curse and they countered with a deadlier curse. Zagato will not fall. Her demons kept taking their dead into the ranks, but it was never enough. After many years of war, I had 35,000 soldiers of evil against Zagato's 3,000 sorcerers. 4.2 Final Battle. Manu
It just keeps going.
After many years of torment it was finally time to destroy the city. By this time the sorcery guilds...
Yeah, if I can fix that one. Shit. Yeah, I can't find the other one I changed. Something else was added. Let me go see if I can find it. Hey. The hell I changed there? I don't know what I changed there. I don't think I changed anything. Okay, let's just keep going, dude. I can't find what was edited.
Ikana sent her demons into the flesh of the dead. She raised an army of all slain in the battle thus far. They would number 50,000 against Zagato's 4,000 soldiers. The city would be under attack and every citizen that could hold a sword would. An army of 14,000 was called upon against Queen Ikana. The soldiers of Zagato met Ikana in the Valley of the Sun, where her black tower stood. Zagato was armed with iron, the bane of all eldritch creatures. The battle would be a battle between the Venori and the Rokat. This war will decide the fate of the Venori. Soon the forces of both armies met in Mushina Valley where the blood would flow. The armies met tooth to tooth. The soldiers of the Rokat knew the names of their masters, but one legion was under the command of the Rokat.
Let me point out where Mushina Valley actually is. There's a little creek that runs through here. That's Mushina Creek. It goes up this way, goes through here. You can see it right there. That's Mushina Creek. So this is the bottom of Mushina Valley. That's the entry to Mushina Valley. So currently it's farmland. So as you can tell, there are no Venori living there. So They're not there anymore. Something bad happened.
The clan answered the sorcerers of Shikodu, and they wield weapons of searing light. The forces of Ikana struck with fury, but the Kina clan held strong. It was time to wage war against all forces of darkness. The time had come when the forces of light and darkness will face off in combat. The Rokat held the light high, but in the shadows of misery was Queen Ikana, facing defeat. She could not come out in the day, because it was cursed against her. The first Ikana had come to know her foe as Sukuwa Hotaki. He was from the sacred school and held the greatest power in a lesson for Ikana. No greater powers could have met on the field of battle.
Sukuwa Hutaki is a relative or an ancestor of my current magical teacher, Mitra Hutaki. They're actually blood relatives. Their bloodline is directly connected because Mitra has the same powers. You know, I have the power! Yes, those are Nova Chords. They're true Nova Chords. So yeah, they're holy and powerful. So Sukawa and Mitra Hutaki. Mitra's my living current teacher. I think he's like 80 years old or something now. Sukawa would be what, like 7 billion years old? But the bloodline continues on. And that's the bloodline I'm supposed to be born in the future.
Sukuwa lit up the heavens with the will of his mind. He was the son of the White Lord, and he shone with his original brilliance. He was never corrupted by evil and remained pure.
Yeah,
the battle came, and she knew her only way to carry evil into the future was to bear children. These children would number 616, would be the names. Each child was to hold the power of Ikana. They would all be called upon to create the next Ikana. This power was passed on. Queen Ikana was robbed of her kingdom. Soon she knew the time had come that she could not stand against Shikodu. Every one of her children with Kupu Shasoran would be an heir to an aspect of the first Ikana. The names were born in their true form this day. The children of Ikana were born of evil, not of the womb. Evil was going to win if they were not killed. The Kina clan surrounded Ikana's black tower. There was nowhere left to run. Ikana smashed each crystal and set free the 616 names upon creation. Whole clans of demons were made that day. It would be the final day of Queen Ikana. Sukuwa would find her inside her tomb to fight the final battle of her life. Ikana found her armies slain by the Kina clan, and she was left alone for the first time in her life. No demon answered her call, because all has been slain dead. The names were cast upon creation. She had set loose her evil and her job was done. Sukuwa came upon her and he drew his sword. He held the sword of chaos and it let loose its fury upon Ikana. She was lost to its power and died in vain. Her body was in pieces upon the muddy ground. The pieces of her body were cursed to not die, but she could not fight. She cast her soul out of her body and became a sleeping demon. The final battle of evil was done, but her soul had a journey to undergo. She could not bear the weight of her loss to a single warrior, so she cast her soul into the nothingness beyond death. Ikana could not bear her curse that she was defeated by only one sorcerer. It was all of Shikodu that slain her, but the hand of one soldier laid her body to rest. She was buried in a cave behind her black tower. In the deepest place she was buried and sprang forth the waters of life. In the valley of the sun shall grow her circle of 12 trees as a reminder of what took place. Sukuwa went to the deepest part of the cave and
I'll tell you, those 12 trees are still there to this day because Mitro's class, since part of it I think does teach herbs, they do go up there to collect herbs. They visit the grove even to this day. So it's still there. Still just outside of town, within walking distance, apparently. Like just a day's hike. Couldn't be more than maybe 2 miles outside of town. Just outside of my map. If I stretch my map, make an extension to the, I guess it'd be to the east, I could probably reach the grove.
Sukuwa went to the deepest part of the cave and thinking that she could never return until she sees the light within her shine forth. At this time she will desire to forgive the sins of hate that created her. At this time she will then be allowed to return home to meet her people. Once this curse is released, so will that which damns the names to eternal servitude will be released. Only the first Ikana with her light and love can restore peace. It is said that she was born of the most holy Father to be the seed of salvation to every world. This is the final call of the first Ikana. Blessed be those who call Isana Shaomet the daughter of the White Lord. Through I, who am the daughter, shall forgive the sins of hatred and malice toward our kin at war. By this blessing I forgive the sins of Lukawa son of Sukuwa and Asuka of the bloodline of Ishka. These sins are forgiven. Blessed be all those that wage this war. Your souls are released from hatred and your hearts shall now be of love for our kindred upon this one world. May the light of holy shine upon us. This shall be the prayer made to those of our creation. Speak to the ancients, my dear Ikana, because though the age I have longed to be yours and in purity I find you. At all times there is war in the shadows, but I long that I am with you through this time. 4.2 Misty Mountain War. Sikuwa Hotaki.
Oh, it just keeps going,
Sent us after
actually.
Ikana. She and her armies went north into the misting mountains. She went along the elf roads that lead into the Eldritch Plains. She went to Elfheim to meet the elves. Sikuwa and his men followed one day behind the forces of Ikana. Ikana's mission remained unknown, but it was a new face for the cursed title. The elves rooted her forces from their lands. Ikana turned south to a valley of needle-leaf trees. They camped and were once again rooted by those in Eoli. The trail took Ikana near Eoli kinship where no evil could bear witness. Ikana was trapped on Misty Mountain, Alfheim to the north, Eoli to the southeast and Juvana to the southwest. All the roads held danger to Ikana and the Sorima clan. The Rokat, elves, and Venori all saw that she was evil. The Venori and Eoli knew she would try to pass on their road.
Oh yeah, I can show you where Oma is located. That, I believe, is on here. So, it's... Let me turn it around. So, it is right there. That's Oma. This little thing there marks where Oma's located. So, we're looking at the Eoli kinship. It's this central valley. It's this... There's this little area here. It's like a valley. It's where the elves live. It's where the Venori, the elves... The Venori are elves. It's where they live. Oma is right there at the top, near the northernmost part of it. And there's another area here that has fairies in it. So the fairies live between this mountain range, and Shikodu's down here. And there's a road that connects between them. So we got a road that connects between Shikodu, which on the Shikodu map would be here, which will literally lead right to downtown. It just heads right off the map. Goes into Machina Valley, and it will continue off the map. It'll just keep going until the valley ends. Goes up into the mountains. So that's Shikodu for you. It leads to the elves. It's a sacred... That's why it's such a sacred city to everybody. That's why everybody's fighting over it.
Shikodu's sorcerers lay in wait. Ikana was not able to leave Misting Mountain because she saw that her enemies were on all sides. Ikana made a fort on
Thank
Misting
you for
Mountain.
staying.
She and her armies lived off the land while they waited for their foes to leave. She remained hidden in the cloudy forests. Misting Mountain threw over itself a blanket of thick fog. Sikuwa ordered his men to start searching for Ikana's trail. They did not find it for a year, until one day they found her camp. Ikana's archers let loose a volley of arrows, killing many Rokat. The elves from the Eldritch Plains showed the Rokat how the elves fight in wars like this. The Rokat took their war bows and returned fire. The Rokat launched arrows of fire. The forest caught fire and soon elves, Venori, and Rokat were running to avoid the falling trees. Misty...
I mentioned earlier, Rokat do shoot arrows of fire. They're incendiary arrows. Not only are they shooting fire, they're like grenades. They have war bows. It's like the English had war bows that draw weight up to 150 pounds. I think there may be a record of maybe 200-pound draw weight on the bow, like the strength to pull it back 200 pounds to get to full draw on that bow. Well, the Rokat, it can go as high as 450 to 600, even 1,000 pounds. And the arrows they use, they have explosives instead of a broadhead like a hunter uses. They got explosives. So yeah, they can really set a forest on fire. They may have they have explosive warheads on their arrows. It's like, why would you use a rocket launcher which makes a shit ton of noise when you can use a bow when you're strong enough to launch a grenade pretty damn far? You have the strength, why not use it?
Misty Mountain was on fire.
Yeah,
Ikana
it
sent
is.
her demons into battle. The Renu clan that lives in fire came forth to burn a path of destruction through the armies of her enemies. Once the forest was burned to the ground, the Renu clan had no way to manifest furious rage. They were forced to depart the mortal plane. Ikana was only with the Sorinu clan. Something was off, because the Sorinu clan was not as they were in Shikodu. Sikuwa attacked with all his forces. Ikana was on the run, but she was trapped on all sides by the armies of her enemies. She has betrayed all. The army of light found Ikana and laid waste to the Sorinu clan. All of her demons were vanquished. The army of light, led by Aeoli, dealt the final blow against Ikana. She was laid upon a rock and blood equaled for her crimes against the elves. She was flayed open and the elves took their leave. The Venori left and we stood there knowing that this was not the end of Ikana. Shikodu realized this was not the Ikana he had slain the previous year. This is when the Rokat realized that more than one Ikana lived. The Rokat would have to hunt them down and put an end to the Venori's grandiose ideas. 4.
Okay, yeah, we're still continuing about Shikodu's dark friggin' past. We're looking at book 4. Let me see who wrote 4.2. Oh, it has to do with the Akinas. It's a Venorian book. And I gotta say thank you for sticking around this long. I know you love these stories. Thank you. You're awesome. Just say hello. Ain't that hard. But this is freaking awesome. This is the city. I spent, I don't know, long. Okay, you probably just want to hear the stories. Let me just get back to it. Unless you want to look at the map, I don't know. Let me know. I'll pause and let you have a look.
4.2 Shapeshifter War. Nikadima Parishi. Ikana and her armies of demons returned to Shikodu.
Okay, who is Nicodema wrote? No, Sukala wrote the last story. Okay, Nicodema Parishi is one of the Illuminati bloodlines of the Rokat. And he is alive. He's resurrected under Jacoba. He resurrected. He was killed somewhere and is resurrected. So yes, he does currently live. I could channel him if he was in a time zone where he's awake. Yes, they do actually exist, and their planet does have time zones like every other planet in the universe. It rotates. It spins like a top. So let's continue. Nicodema, who is a Rokat, Prophet, is narrating this story.
Ikana and armies of demons returned to Shikodu. Her ruin was smitten upon Misty Mountain and she has come back for revenge. She came with a new clan of demons. The Nupo clan had joined Ikana. These are shapeshifters that render finding them impossible. The Nupo clan would hide among the common folk. Since they could change shape at will, they could be anywhere and anything. Only the Rokat master race could sense their power and know what to burn and what not to burn. Ikana with the Nupo clan would be a most devastating foe. It was impossible for the common people to know who was friend and foe. During this time she waged a silent war against Shikodu. For a few years we had no idea who to burn. The government meetings were closed and we dealt with our dealings in secret. Only those with psychic ability would be allowed in. It was time to find Ikana and slay her too. She could not be found in any place. We have taken control of the Valley of the Sun and sealed the cave where the first Ikana was buried. None will reach the place now. The Nupo clan had the Ikana that plagues Shikodu. This Ikana was called Nupo Ikana. She was named by us and we could now cast spells against her. Nupo Ikana was found in Fairy Valley where the first Ikana once lived. The city of Tartar.
Let me show you where Fairy Valley is. Okay, we're back to the map of Kitasuna. And you see there's hills. There's Shikodu. And there's a string of mountains there. And in this little space here, this is Fairy Valley. The little area here. You have the city of Shikodu. There's these mountains here. They actually rub up against the city. So you can see there's areas here that don't even have farms on them. So there's ridges that come down from those mountains that divide Fairy Valley from Shikodu. So you can see they're right there. There's ridges. These are ridges that come down. And they actually come down into the city itself. As you can see, there's large houses. So you can see, kind of follow the ridge into the city itself. That's probably a valley. That's a valley. That's a ridge. That's a ridge. That's a valley. You can see that's a valley. And you go over here. That's a valley. It continues. There's a ridge. A ridge. It comes up here. And there's another ridge. Comes into this area. So those are ridges. Those are the foothills and stuff. So they're pretty close. That mountain range actually runs very close to the city. So it's kind of like Denver in a way. It is like Denver. It's like Denver in a way. Shikodu is like Denver. It's at the foothills of some big ass mountains.
The city of Tartarus was now in the hands of a real monster. Nupo Ikana was a demon of great power, maybe the most dangerous yet. The sorcerers of Shikodu decided to attack Ashoko kinship and put an end to the game. Shikodu was infiltrated, so the plans were put on hold. We sought the help of a prophet and channeler. Nakadima came forward to offer his services to us. He was the greater prophet not bound to the will of Sorhan. Nakadima showed us how to find Nupo Ikana. First Ikana, Soren and Ikana were dead and now the hunt is for Nupo Ikana. She was not found in Tartarus, but was hidden in a house in Shikodu itself. She was working her illusions all around. We found Nupo Ikana's house and she had shifted into a Rokat. She was powerful and her demons could be anyone. We found her and she fled the city to Tartarus and then to Aora. We gave chase and caught many of her demons.
I do have the location of Ahura. It would be right there. Ahura. I do have its location. We can look at it. And it would be right here. There's Shikodu. Go through the mountain pass. End up in Ahura. It's right there. Or they're not very far from each other. I don't know, like from Los Angeles to probably Salt Lake City. Maybe not even that far, dude. We're looking at it's like the width of my finger between the two cities. Not very far. So there you go. Now it's like I'm talking about. We're talking about real locations here.
Would shift into Venori as the people changed species. It was the Venori that hit her, because she was sent against
real
us.
Places.
Ashoko kinship was powerful. There was no destroying them. A black moon was sent against the fortress and destroyed it fully. The Venori hit and used the powers of Nupo Ikana to hide. The elves.
A black moon is a Rokat spaceship. So Rokat's spaceship was deployed against them. And it went boom, biddy, boom, 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 biddy, boom, boom, boom. You're all dead. Don't fuck with a Rokat, they'll blow you up.
The elves took notice of Nupo Ikana when some of her demons came to disrupt their society. Even Nupo Ikana could not control the demons under her command. Nupo Ikana had made enemies of the elves, one of the few races whose magical purity could not hide the Nupo clan. Nupo Ikana was to be destroyed by the demons she commanded. No force could truly command the Nupo clan. They were reckless demons that hid and played with the lives of the innocent. We found Nupo Ikana in Tartarus once again and she was using her powers against the fairies. They had gone into a state of chaos, because none could see the full truth. Nupo Ikana was destroying the lives of anyone she could find. We chose warriors of a most high quality and went after Nupo Ikana. We chose soldiers that knew each other and built our units around that. Shikodu was ready this time. The war was going to be bloody and messy. The warriors we selected decided that now was the time to strike. The 88th Legion rushed into battle ahead of the other soldiers and slain all that was evil.
Okay, the 88th Legion is the Imperial Legion. Whenever a Rokat planet gains enough population to produce 87 legions, and then it finally makes it into the 88th Legion, the planet finally has enough people to become an empire within itself. So Kitasune has 300 legions. They have long surpassed the 88 legions needed to have a royal legion. So it's I don't know. It has something to do with the Rokat, some Rokat shit. I don't know exactly why it's 88 and not 77 or whatever, lucky sevens or maybe crazy eights. Maybe it has to do with crazy eights. Who knows? Because the 88th Legion, as I've experienced it, they've been batshit fucking crazy. And yes, I have experienced the 88th Legion. I have talked to his commander. And yes, he's a fucking war criminal who was rescued out of a freaking prison or whatever, a Rokat prison or the equivalent of a Rokat prison. And the guy now leads the 88th Legion defense in Shikobu. And now it defends me along with a few other people. So I got special privileges. And I gotta add this. And known for it. I gotta change that. highlight and this. Okay, let's continue, buddy. Hey, thank you for sticking along. Thank you for staying here for me and bearing with my insanity and dealing with the insanity of the Rokat history of Shikodu. A single Rokat city of about 300,000. I estimate it's about 300,000 currently. During these stories, it had about 25,000 to 100,000. Small town. But it's a very principled town because of its sacred school of prophecy. And we are actually reading from one of its textbooks. Yes, a literal college textbook from the sacred school. And that's what we're reading from. A history book taught on Kitasuna itself. Well, let's continue.
Platoon knew its brothers and sisters. The war was a ghoulish slaughter of the fairies in Venori. There was no command from those in charge. Everyone feared the might and skill of the 88th Legion. Its general ordered to slaughter everything until Nupo Ikana's head was brought through town. Blood and guts littered Fairy Valley, and soon it was known for its flies.
Okay, we gotta fix that. Okay, let's continue.
The dead were piled high and the living were in fear of being slaughtered by the 88th Legion. This would be the last war with an Ikana, so the 88th Legion was ordered to destroy Ashoka once and for all. The march lasted a month as the 88th Legion slaughtered its way through Venori territory. So few lived to tell the tale that it will be forgotten in time. We reached Ashoka to find the fortress waiting for us. The 88th Legion has captured Nupo Ikana outside of her native kinship. She was hacked to pieces like any other villager they came across. Without even knowing they killed Nupo Ikana, the march went on to find Ashoka fully defended. This time the Black Moons were called to another battle. The 88th Legion found a Venori city filled with meat for the blade. The general decided to burn the city, but he wanted to kill all within. The plan was made to trap the whole city within its walls and set fire by means of flaming arrows. The gates were blocked by soldiers and sealed shut. The archers readied, knowing that all within would die. They fired their shots into the thatched city and soon everything was on fire. Screaming could be heard and it was music to the ears of our soldiers. The bodies piled so high at the walls that the living could climb to the top and we shot them dead. By the end of the night the dead were so high that they spilled over the walls. Bodies could be seen falling as they died and lost their grip on the dead behind them.
Gross.
Ashoka kinship was gone. We only had to enter the city and destroy what remained within. The royal house and the clergy that made the Ikanas had nowhere to run. We found them huddled inside their vaults. They could not be saved, but the ritual to make another Ikana was out among those who had learned there. We killed everyone in Ashoka kinship and left it a smoking ruin. Not a single life was spared, not even an infant lived through the night the 88th Legion invaded. Ashoka was then cursed by Gashi Hotaki. She cursed the land that which Ashoka once claimed.
You know, like I said, the Hutaki bloodline is blessed with power. I don't know who Gashi Hutaki is. I never heard of her. I believe it's a female, but the Hutaki bloodline is full of sorcerers, like Mitra, who taught me black magic in this life. You know, I'm going to tell you a secret. Mitra Hutaki taught me how to manipulate Donald J. Trump. And, you know, he doesn't like the LGB divorce of TQIA so much. He used to love them a lot, but not anymore. I'm just going to say this, that if he spells for cat, change his mind, control him, manipulate him, but let's not worry about that right now. Let's just finish the story. Don't leave. Let's finish the story. Let's learn about the city of Shikodu. This video might not be saved at all. There's a good chance when I sign out of here, this video is gone forever. I don't want it to be gone forever because I want to link it and send it to a chat group I'm in on Telegram. Yeah, there is Telegram, but they don't interested in stories they don't understand. But I'm in some Discord groups about cartography and storytelling. And yeah, they would love to know about the Rokat Empire because I've been posting my map as I've been mapping it. So yeah, it'd be pretty awesome to have this story there.
Any who claim it will find their children to be demons in the flesh. 5.2 Fall of Uka. Owen Yusu. During the Age of Tribulation there was...
Okay, I don't think Uka has anything to do with Shikodu. Let's just fucking find out. Won't work. It actually won't search. Holy shit, dude. Okay, we got some new. Okay. Thank you for being here. I really thank you for sticking it through and being here. Please give me a like because you've been here for what, about a half hour now? We're learning stuff that I have not learned about the great city of Shikodu. It's like, yes, I've written this shit, but I was drunk then as I am now. Actually, I was drunker then. I wrote this shit blacked out, by the way. There was nothing inside my head when I wrote these. It was purely just written by instinct. So we're going to continue reading about. This is Orazio Umi. I believe it's a Vinori. Not entirely sure, but it's not a Rokat name. It's got to be a Vinori take here. So we're probably dealing with post name change because Shikodu is mentioned pretty early on. So let's dive right into the Kool-Aid.
5.1 Birth of the Immortal Sin. Orazio Umi. Queen Rana's visions showed betrayal by her own daughters. The prophecy was going to fail and the White Lord would be banished back to his lands in Oma. The light was going to fail now. King Thanatos was supposed to break the siege and now that he is turned evil, it will never happen. The siege took place and the world began to be torn apart. The firebacks took over the world and the shining glory of the White Lord was waning. The turning of the ages passed before we knew it and the world was ending. Queen Rana sent a messenger to Keltaval and the response was that they would return to Ashoko. They returned to Ashoko to realize too late that the war was over, but in vain spirit they would send their children into battle. Everyone was slain and soon it was seen why. Those in Shikodu saw the visions as well. The Fireback's magic city was against us. It was a war they wanted and war we will deliver. Shikodu saw what we saw and the city was prepared to meet our armies and slay them cold. The two queens cursed their children to be corrupted and they would go to war to destroy Shikodu. Then Ados cursed with wild abandon and soon Kir's womb became an anus filled with sin. Then Ados did the same to Vega and made her womb an anus filled with sin. Both mated their wives and each child was born of demons. The Firebacks never touched the hole of damnation, but it was Emrys and then that made the anus evil by the cursing of the vagina. They made 72 Econos soldiers each and all of them were wasted by the one city that stood between them and victory. Anger could not destroy Shikodu. It was found that celestial blood magic would have won the war.
I'm glad you're still here, one viewer. I'm glad you didn't run away because you're going to be the only witness in my whole religion of why I do not like the LGB divorce of TQIA. It's because Shikodu stands against it. The Rokats stand against it. They all know it's evil, and they've spoken against it. I'm not done with the story yet. Let me let the computer read further. I do have a comment section. You can say, "Hello."
Econos soldier contained a secret created by the Firebacks. The very curse that made them evil destroyed them. Being born wrong sent them down a path of death against an impossible enemy. The Firebacks were pure and the clan Brandeis was tainted by a sin barely discovered by any on Irikidna. Every one of the 144 heirs that became the Econos soldiers fell and each added to the anal curse, for then Ados was angered further into insanity of his losses. The battles lasted billions of years and only 144 Econos soldiers could be made by this demonic method. The war waged on and soon Queen Rana and King Carden turned away and soon even their own home turned on them. Queen Angini told them to never return and they failed the Zeri.
The real insanity here is even I'm not going to bring up the Bethanian religion. I'll do a separate video about their religion because I think it's going to come up because we're now dealing with anal sex, references to anal sex. Well, every religion on Kitasuna has deemed anal sex the birthplace of demons. At the minimum, the birthplace of demons. Though there are two methods to becoming a demon. Well, yeah, there's anal sex. Anything born from anal sex is demonic. It's like there's astral forms, thought forms, things like that. They can grow to become demons, like full-fledged demons. But yeah, there is. I guess if your species is broken, shit. No, there's no such thing as anal sex producing living children. Only produces spiritual offspring, and that is one birth of demons in their religion. The other birth of demons in the Rokat religion comes from those that have chosen to die and be damned and have become resurrected as demons. And when they become a demon, well, because a mortal becomes a demon in the Rokat religion, they can possess mortal flesh and relive a new life if they're not cast out by holy magic. That's the thing, is you have to, like, I don't know, not get caught if you don't want to get cast out, because even in Rokat religion, you still share the body with the original soul. You never really kick it out. You just suppress it as a possessing entity. But the Rokat religion does provide a path to possession, to suppress the living entity of a newborn child, to be reincarnated, so to speak. But there is, in their religion, or at least in their legal system, a way of guided reincarnation, or a woman gets pregnant, and since the soul occupies the body at conception, the original soul has to be displaced. So there is that. So let's continue. I'm just mentioning parts of the Rokat religion that applies to what's going on here. It's what I know. Okay, thank you for bearing with me. I wish you'd say hello. Thank you for sharing. Or at least it's admit how cute I am. Up to you. But let's continue with the stories.
Of sin were too great for even the Zeri to carry. The whole of the race walked away from them and turned against them. Before they were banished, an immortal fireback named Tsukuwa Hotaki would fight them. This battle was the last battle for the Ikana soldiers. When the founders died, this was the end of their clan. The Nados and Emrys by this time were no longer getting along, and I decided to live in the wilds. The end was coming and they knew it. The final battle was between them and Tsukuwa Hotaki. He came to Keltabal with support of the Zeri, and he found us huddled in a collapsing castle in a dying city. The name the Nados gave to the city and kingdom will die with them. It was engraved upon his damned soul. Tsukuwa with support of the Zeri kingdom slew 10,000 of the horde in the battle. Those remaining fled away from the Nados. Emrys repented from his sins and the light shone from the midnight sky. The Nados took in his sins and fell away from Emrys. Emrys rose into the sky to be chosen and sent to another world to fight and bring Zeri legend. He was sent to Talartu, another magical world like ours. The Nados was left on Irikitna with his fallen spawn. Emrys' 72 Ikana soldiers were sent to Talarta to become the champions of that world, while Thanatos' 72 were turned into oversouls and buried deep in a glyph hall under Shikodu itself. Thanatos had not known at the time that he gave up sovereignty of his soul to his enemy when he cursed the formation of his spawn by unnatural means. Every attempt he had to create evil was now being turned against him. Thanatos never gave up and fought the lost war at the turning of the final age. Tsukuwa with his immortal skill finally destroyed Thanatos and laid his soul bare before the final judge. Thanatos was before his enemies while Emrys was on Talarta creating a dynasty of kin, which became clans and melded into a vast empire of immortals on Talarta and Irikitna. Both were finally slain cold. One died by the hands of the White Lord's children and the other by the hands of his first enemy. This ended the journey of both Emrys and Thanatos. 1.4 God Kunok and his legacy. Gali Hotaki.
Okay. I'll be back. I'll be back. And while I'm using the bathroom, listen to Bach. Like literally. Give me a minute. I hate this shit. You are. Oh, I sweat it out. It's not like food. Or you. Still there. Oh my god, man. How much do I have? Oh, I gotta make this entertaining somehow. It won't run out. I have infinite piss. I piss like Niagara Falls. Yeah, I'm sure you turn up the speakers and hear I'm saying I'm pissing like Niagara Falls. Ah, damn it, dude. I hate being old. I hate being old. Like caveman. I hate being old. I'm like a fucking caveman, dude. Okay, we'll continue when I get the beer. Or drinky. Drinky! Drinkies! Yeah. Okay, sorry you even had to see that. I'm too sexy. I know I'm sexy. Yeah, I'm old, dude. I'm old. I'm hell old. I'm a caveman, dude. You know how long cavemen live? Only 3 years, actually only 2 years longer than I do. I'm 43. 2 more years over, I'm definitely in borrowed time. Now, thank you for saying I'm not old. Thank you. Well, here's a hug. Aw, it's because I fell asleep in your arms. I love big hugs. You know, yeah, there is a certain size I can't take, but I do love big hugs. Thank you for saying I'm not old. Thank you, Kyle. Thank you, Kyle KZ06. You're nice. Well, us cavemen, we get old. Alright, let's continue to learn about the great, great city of Shikodu. Yeah, this is my greatest art project. Do you realize just how complicated this thing is? This is gotta be the most insane art project ever, dude. Like literally, that is a map of a Rokat city, stem to stern. I haven't gone from bilge pump to antenna yet, but I am gonna work on that sooner or later. So, yeah, that's the city. Yeah, there is a lot of detail on this thing. Yes, that's my house. That's my house. I don't want that house. The house I want is right here. I want that house. That's a bathhouse. That's a tea house. This little gray building right there, that's a bar. That's a club. That's a community room. In this area here, that's a lawn. And right here, that's the upper lawn. It's up. It's like a higher piece of terrain. It's up. It's 8 feet higher, 10 feet higher. You got this lawn. That's the lower lawn. There's the estate. So you got a temple for me and my people. Got a temple for the 3 houses here. Those are my servants' quarters. Yeah, I want that house. I don't want the house I'm given, actually, because there's better properties within the region. Well, bye-bye. I'm not going anywhere. Just someone who did. Bye-bye. So let's continue reading.
1.4. God Kunok and his legacy. Gali Hotaki. the son Kunok of the Lord Janu Hidakara and the Lady Shikodu would prove to be a most vile tyrant indeed. During the Elder War, when all of Kita soon arrived in warfare, there was a time when he was upon the throne of the empire, and this is the telling of that dread story. Kunok, Lord and God, was a tyrant that none shall forget, but all would like to forget. This was the age of the turning when the Zeri rose up against the Rokat, or mighty race of living gods. I am of the master race, and we saw the visions of the war to come, and they were dread visions of rivers of blood and mountains of dead. Kunok was the dread son of a union between the angelic celestials and the demonic Rakashinamekanaz, as were all his births before.
You know, I paused it before the whole paragraph even started. It was not going to stop. What the hell was I going to mention here? It's like, where is it? It's gone. Never mind. Let's just continue.
Kunok was raised in the sacred city of Shikodu and taught at the best academy in Noble Hill. He was born in a state rich, but had a heart so full of evil that even our most devout could not fill the hole. Great and mighty Kunok was a god in his youth, but as a living god he knew no bounds to his powers. This was a dread age in Shikodu. He lived with the corrupted souls up on Noble Hill, but he was not of us at all. I saw that his evil was born of demons in Karain, and his power was birthed by the very stars in the night sky. His soul was born of a union never meant to exist on this plane.
You know, there's only one academy in Noble Hill. Let me show it to you. And I'll just let you know, I thought it was an industrial arts academy. It's this building here. That's the academy he went to. And this building, that building just above it, is a factory floor plan. A floor plan for a factory. So now I know there's something magical occurring in this building. They teach students magical things. It's not an industrial school. This is an acting school. That's in the Imperial. I think that's in the valley below. This is on Noble Hill, on the edge of Noble Hill. That's the school right there. So yeah, it's all there. Everything's there. So yeah, it's all there. Where the fuck is my cursor? Okay, so now you know what school he actually attended. You saw it.
He ascended the throne of the Rokat Empire during the first years of the Great War and saw the brunt of battle as it overtook the whole world. His father, a dread demon himself, went to war and fought. His son, the worst of the worst, sat upon the throne and dealt death. This was the beginning of a nightmarish age. Soon the curse began and the lands were filled with death. The stench of the wars began to cover the world with their sulphurous smell. Flesh was rotten upon the battlefield, but that was every inch of the world. This was the world Kunok created through the trials of his powers. He ruled with an iron fist, and so many went to the gallows that none knew if the killing would stop. Crimes that lead to the hangman's noose were many, and none thought the death would end. 1.4 Butch.
You know, I really have to thank you for sticking through all this. I'm not sure how well you can understand the voice from the computer, but anyway, I really thank you for sticking through this. Well, big hugs for you sticking through all this. All this crazy shit. Now we're in book. Oh, we went from 1.0. Oh, we've been in 1.4. I can't believe just how much shit shit I have not recorded on my history log. I got a lot of work to do, actually. But let's continue. Let's keep learning about the great, great city of Shikodu. You know, I've talked to its prefect, many of its leaders, even the dean of the school. You know, Stair School of the Prophecy. She's pretty cool. You'd love her. You know, if I started channeling these guys in the chat or whatever, you'd fucking love it, dude. You'd be like asking questions. Oh, how do you wipe your ass? Oh, do you brush your teeth? How do you like pay for the bus? Actually, that's more my roommate's domain. She was the one that asked all the small questions. Like, it's like a major city anywhere in the universe is going to have mass transportation of some kind. Think about it. Big city, 67 million Rokat live in Milena, which is the capital on Kitasuna, not mentioned here at all. We're talking about a city at topping 300,000. I'm guessing 200,000 to 300,000 Rokat. Yes, it is loaded with public transportation. I've never asked about how. Do you use tokens? Do you use cash? Do you use bus passes? How do you ride your buses? How do you pay for your buses? Are they free? You know, there are some people talk about alien civilizations and all that shit, but they never really answer the small questions. Daily life. But that's what I have about the Rokat. I have daily life. And of course, an entire course book in one of their universities, top universities. And we're reading from it right now. Top book in their top university. Well, most advanced magical schools in the entire empire actually is the top school. Shikodu's magical school is the top magical school. It's the Hogwarts of the Rokat Empire. So, don't run away. We got more to go. Let's finish the stories. Let's keep going.
1.4 Butchery of the Last Ikana. Gali Hotaki. Tyranny was the thought of every prefecture on Kitasuna. Even the elves saw him as a threat and began the Ikanak soldier program with a group of rogue scientists. The first of many struck the capital of Shikodu, but none returned, except for a few heads.
The capital!
The Ikanak soldier
It was
came to Shikodu
capital.
with a massive force of Venori warriors. Her name was Dikelta and she was the strongest yet sent against us. She held the power of the evil god. She was not born of Venori lands but that of the place whose name means doom. She met up in Aora with her army that was prepared for this final battle. The Venori had reached the zenith of their Ikanak soldier program. The rogue scientists had given her the best they had. The army marched upon Shikodu with the idea of destroying us utterly. On the day of the battle we had prepared our army and we met east of the city across the river using it as a barrier to defend the city. In Shikodu were our anti-sea buildings along the Puthat River. The army was in west and our soldiers were camped in West Shikodu. The town was abandoned for our soldiers to stay watch. The two armies...
Hey, continue.
The
Don't
army was in
break.
west and our soldiers were camped in West Shikodu. The town was abandoned for our soldiers to stay watch. The two armies met in the fields west of town. Both sides sized each other up, but we had the smaller army. We were Roka, so it did not mean anything to us.
Yeah.
They had 80,000 Venori soldiers and we had 12,000 Roka warriors ready for battle.
Yeah.
The battle began and it was such a bloodbath that none will forget what made the crops so fertile. The Venori struck first and dealt a lethal blow to the Roka. The armies went into the cold brawl that Roka enjoy. Kunok said to take no prisoners, because the wages of war was death. All that were on the ground with a daimori or blade pointed at them would die at that instant. Not a single prisoner was taken. The Roka were beaten back to the bridge on Hunashi, those lesser bridges of Rodashi and the Cathay bridges. We held them back at the bridges in the river. None of the Venori would swim the icy waters of the Puthat River. The few boats that tried the crossing at night were sunk by our siege weapons. We let a
Let me see if I even have the bridges on here. Let's zoom this thing out. You know, there are 3 bridges on this map. It's one there, and one there. It's 3 bridges. There's a 4th, but that's pretty shallow. So we're looking at 3 bridges. So looking at the Hunashi bridge, I believe is this. I believe is Hunashi. I believe that's the Hunashi bridge. There's this one and this one. I don't know the names. But since this bridge and this bridge are on the same road, maybe that one's the 3rd bridge. So again, the map follows suit. So we got the Rotashi and the Nakathi bridges. Here. Well, never mind. You went away. Let's just continue on reading the crazy shit. Find where I'm at. Ain't working. Let's keep going.
We let a few pass us, and the soldiers on the east bank dealt them a deadly blow. Not a single warrior made it past the fence made by the prefect of Ganashiva. The last day of the slaughter came. Not a single Venori could hurt a Roka citizen, but we allowed the final battle to be between Kunok and Dikelta. The duel was not a duel, but a trick of the great and cunning Kunok. Dikelta was lured away from her guards in the guise of an equal duel and found that she was doomed to a ghoulish slaughter in a slaughterhouse. She found herself hung on a meat hook being rolled into some mean-looking sauce. As with any of Kunok's executions, this was not for the blood, but for the meat that would be grilled the next day. Dikelta has faced off with the Roka, not her magic, nor would her skill mean anything against the might of the Roka.
Oh, this
We
is
slain her
scary.
cold and made her flesh into cuts of meat for the market. There was not a chance for her in the modern era.
Oh, that is just fucking horrifying, dude. Yeah, Duel of Perfect Good and Evil. Another mention of the city of Shikodu. Shomaniga. Someone Shomaniga travels to Shikodu in the next section. You know what's insane? It's not listed on here. Nothing is listing where we're at. Duel of Perfect Good and Evil. Yevon Keltaos and Shulio Keltaos. They must be related. In what horrifying, scary way? I don't.
Perfect Good and Evil. Yevon Kelta OS.
Let's keep
Shulio Kelta
learning.
OS. Kilkay's son was taken to the village of Brahmapdu in the secluded valley of Kalinpot, which was hidden by the veil of light and had a warm sun. Shaman Ig was raised along with his little brother Sar Ig. They all are born of the house of K, which is a sacred house among the Shenbie. I was to stand down and let them leave KOS for Brahmapdu. That village was large and had many families, all trained in holy arts, trying to being the Shenbie to the evolution to become KVA, but none ever did. The Shenbie tried as they might to become KVA, but failed every time to bring the light into their souls after the fall. Sar Ig was a small child when the light shone within him, but there was jealousy in Shaman Ig. Shaman Ig clearly held the darkness of the evil god. Sar Ig carried the holy light of Sheyuyo, the name that will battle Ashami Yuyo in the end. The holy god and evil god will battle to the death.
You know, the computer did read the name of the evil god out loud, but I'm glad it mispronounced it so that you can't speak it. I don't want anyone speaking that name. It's pure destruction.
G was trained by me, who was the darkest of them all. My brother Shulio, who was the brightest light, trained Sar Ig. Our students learned the greatest powers known on Kitasuna. Val OS came to Brahmapta to see our pupils. Both trained with the highest celestial and Surhanic magic. Val OS told me that the darkness had already won the war. I told him the battle would be fought no matter what. I said, let the children bear the weight of our struggle. He proclaimed, the shadow is defeated by the light that shines. The final battle, as it will be called by our people, was to be fought in Aoa, the promised land. The ruins of our people are long gone, but we found the delta that once held our city. The ships landed and we set up camp. The children were still young and Val OS came to judge. Me and my brother wielded mighty weapons in those of our pupils. Shaman Ig was that of nightmares bred through torture and pain. His soul was racked with the curses of the Zeri, immortal and undying, but yet dead long ago. He was cursed with the flesh that never dies. The child had come to age on his 322nd birthday. Sar Ig.
They come to age when they're over 300. You know, we're not talking about human years. We're talking about Rokat years. Kitasuna's years. And let's... Oh, yeah, I don't have a calculator, so I can't find out how long. I'm guessing it's a little over 400 Earth years for one of these motherfuckers to come of age. I don't have a calculator. It's 1.504 years. If you want to calculate it yourself. 322 times 1.504. And whatever that is, that's the answer in Earth years. I don't have a calculator, so I can't do it.
Blessed in the light of the White Lord was shown the path of love and compassion. He was made immortal through his immortal and undying soul. For 322 years he trained in the holy arts of the Isono Sol Anoni under my brother, who taught him the holy Urish. It was made clear, this test is not a battle of good and evil, but a battle of the sacred and profane Urish. The Urish, the tongue born in evil, also had words of holy power. Val OS was to judge the battle. Even the Tallvans sent a Chictor to witness the battle. It is believed that Source would welcome this battle as it would end his game. Saraiji and Shamaniji finally met in battle. The whole of the world was their battleground.
A Chiktra, which was mentioned, even the Tallvans sent a Chiktra to witness a battle. That's a ship. That's a sailing vessel. It's just a sailing ship. Nothing fancy. Wooden sailing ship.
Shamaniji, the victor. They vanished from sight and nowhere to be found.
What?
For many years I had no knowledge of where our pupils had gone. For years I had not known where Saraiji had
gone. Shamaniji had remained to corrupt.
That was so fucking weird. Who changed the voice? I didn't do
They
that.
vanished from sight and nowhere to be found. For many years I had no knowledge of where our pupils had gone. For years I had not known where Saraiji had gone. Shamaniji had remained to corrupt the fire backs to forge the bows of agony, born the bows of war. Shamaniji taught the Rokat how to curse their war bows to forge the bows of agony which many would be sacrificed. Saraiji was still not present, as if he had fled the scene. Shamaniji traveled to Shikodu to aid in the forging of the first bow. The Fire Slayer was forged and its first shot took the lives of 33 warriors. The sacrament of 33 was forged in blood from those warriors slain with a single shot of the Fire Slayer.
You know, Fire Slayer is the bows of agony that were just mentioned, there are actually 666 bows of agony in existence as of, I don't know, like 6-7 years ago. Last time I asked Jacoba about it. Shit, it wasn't even that. It was longer. Alicia Salazar was the last person to ask about the bows of agony. She's dead now. So it was over 11, 12 years ago. There was 666 of these bows. And the only way one of these bows can kill 33 people in one shot, it goes through them. It goes through. It went through 33 people before the arrow stopped. You know how dangerous that thing's gotta be? Can you imagine the draw weight on a bow like that? The draw weight. Yeah, that's the strength to pull it back. To go through 33 people. Oh, that's a bow. That's a weapon. I'm not going to go into too much detail, dude. I can see why Zigoda became Shikodu. The gore. It must have been even horrifying for the Rokat. And they love blood and guts. They just love it. One of their capital punishments is to eat the prisoner alive with their own teeth. That's considered a capital punishment. You know the crimes? Being a child predator, a rapist, murderer, things like that. That's how it ends. That's how it ends in their society. There is a literal jurisdiction where they can, I guess it's like a punishment, or you can be sentenced to death by being eaten by bears. And they don't change the names of cities for that. It's just an average Sunday for them. But we're talking about a bow that can shoot through 33 people. That's a weapon. I probably need a windlass just to crank that son of a bitch back and shoot it.
Shamaniji raised an army of firebacks with the allure of new Magi tech. These weapons were bows of such fantastic power that 666 bows were forged from the iron and blood of those 33 slain. Once the blood was used, the bows stopped being made. The firebacks king said there was light on a sphere they called Purdafmoku. We would board the steel castles and sail for this sphere in a sea of blackened sky as black as my heart to see Saraiji's hot blood flow. The steel castle sailed forward and within
I paused it. Purdafmoku is another planet. It's not too far from Kitasuna. 5 light years, maybe. I don't know. I actually don't know the distance. I'm gonna guess it's gotta be within 20 light years of Kitasuna. And steel castles, those are spaceships. As we are talking about, who wrote this? Yevon Kelta Os and Shulio Kelta Os wrote it. They are Venori. They would have no understanding of spaceships. To them, that thing would be a steel castle. And we're about to go into what it is.
The steel castle sailed forward, and within minutes a reddish sphere came into view. We landed at a large city with glass towers that shone like jewels, glittering in the sun. It was a hot and dry place we landed in. What was revealed to us is that Sariji had also built an army. His army was holy and mine was unholy. We met in the fabled city of the firebacks called Vanado. Sariji had brought to the Rokat the light of the White Lord, and it set root and grew on this dusty world of hot winds. I was to shut him down and slay all that believed in the White Lord. The blood of the war is beyond description. They fought with the bows of agony, and many cities were laid waste by the necromantic spells put upon them and the arrows that made the sky fungus that poisoned us. Again, we were poisoned while they were not. The firebacks took the poison like it was water.
Here's a biological secret that I've never mentioned. Rokat have extremely high radiation resistance. Kind of like cockroaches in a way. But apparently they go to Paradabmoku. It's a city on a red planet. Kitasuna, by the way, is a very blue planet. Oh yeah, let me show you actually. I can actually show you Kitasuna. I don't have an image of Paradabmoku. I've actually never been there. But I can show you Kitasuna. It is a beautiful blue world. And here it is. Beautiful blue world. Let me load up a better image of the planet. Here's one. There's the whole star field background of the blue world. Kitasuna. So it's blue, very blue. It's not red. They described a red world. And I think I do have an image of a red planet here somewhere, but I'm not sure where I have it. No, I don't have it. Never mind. Well, there you have it. Picture of Kitasuna itself, the actual planet. So, Paradabmoku is described as being red. I do, however, have a map of the planet. So we can cover that. So I'll go with the labeled map, by the way. There it is. It's mostly land, so it's probably a very red world. Look at all that dry area on the equator. It's probably pretty red. Oxidated, red, probably vegetation may be red. I don't know the size of the star it orbits, but those are Rokat cities and settlements. There is actually more people on Paradabmoku than there is on Kitasuna. There's billions, like multiple billions of Rokat on Paradabmoku versus Kitasuna. There's Kitasuna, and it's only got a little area up here and a skinny little strip down there. 840 million Rokat. And we go back to, if it'll let me, Paradabmoku, which has farms all across that latitude and all across this latitude. There's billions of them. So that's a major population center. So let's switch back to the stories and continue on. Thank you for staying here. Thank you for bearing with me and all my craziness and factualness.
The land and the cities were all gone by the time it was over. We had come down to Gashiko, where Sariji at his temple for the White Lord. When Shamaniji entered the temple wielding the Fire Slayer, there stood proud and mighty emerald dragon he called Ailanos. It was a fearsome beast born of the mole genera. She is the firstborn of her clutch, and her element is all. Shamaniji stepped forwards with the Fire Slayer at full draw. Ailanos thrust her wings and a thundering wind came forth. but Shaman IG was immortal and had the shadows, so it passed through him without notice. He was hollow, both material and spiritual. No forces could move him. The mighty dragon hatched on Perideth Moku as its guardian stood fast against the first shot into her right breast.
Damn, he shot a dragon.
Shaman IG jumped to dodge. It was holy that he feared and would pain him to touch. Alon's was a most holy dragon and was raised by Sar IG to defend the innocents. Alon's has claws like holy spears that are covered in the blood of a martyr. Shaman IG was slashed and it boiled his flesh where the wounds lay. The Fire Slayer, being a most cursed vow, delivered a fatal shot and through the heart of the White Lord, Alon's was slain. Sar IG sealed her soul and sent it into deep times. He could not consume it as he did so many other martyrs. Shaman IG screamed and wailed in agony from his loss of that soul of the mole genre known as Alon's. It was a meal deprived from a starving demon.
Hey,
He
welcome.
now rose to his feet to face Sar IG. The battle is intense and the city lay waste. The power of the two brothers pitted in vain combat. Val OS sat there from his seat in the lounge of the steel castle as it floated in the sky, immune to every weapon sent against it. At sudden shot, ribbons of lightning writhed like a serpent tossed into fire and the city was a vaporous cloud of ash. It was Shaman IG who returned to the steel castle to command the light to burn all that is holy. When the ashes settled after weeks of war, it was found that Sar IG had survived the steel castle. Shaman IG at his wits' end found Sar IG and it was time for the final fight. Brothers have mastered their respective arts. The firebacks are laid waste. Perideth Moku is a smoldering ruin and its people conquered. Sar...
You know, if the Rokat are going to conquer Perideth Moku, which is multiple times the population of Kinosuno Toki, god damn, that has got to be brutal. Well, let me show you what a steel castle looks like. That's a photograph. I even have a video. Let me get a video of the steel castles. It's in here somewhere. It's like, oh, there it is. Oh, here it is. Video of the steel castle. Shut up. Yeah, I'm in an airplane chasing it, dude. I'm like literally in a fucking airplane. So, the steel castle is actually one of these. That's a black moon. That's a black moon, as the Rokat call it. And the Venori refer to these as steel castles. Because as far as they're concerned, it's just made out of metal, some kind of unknown metal to them. But that's what it looks like. That's the steel castle. That's steel castle. I ain't fucking joking around here. This shit's real. 100% real. So we're going to skip on to the next time to Orazio Umi, which I believe is another Venori, who speaks about the great, glorious, and illustrious city of Shikodu. You know, there is one little issue about Shikodu. Where the fuck is the fairgrounds located? They are so efficient on land use. There is no waste anywhere, not even for a county fair. That's a hill. That's a hill. That's a hill. So those aren't just open fields. That's wilderness. That's forest. That's forest from the mountains that divide the city from the Fairy Valley. Those are the foothills, a few stretches of hill that come down close enough to the city to block the farmland, but there's no fairgrounds. You know, I love fairs, dude. I love fairs. I had so much fun with fairs, so we will continue. We will continue, so. I'm going to have to thank you again for sticking around through all my insanity and reality checking. And I wish you would just say, hello. Sockness. I don't like your storytelling, but I at least get it. Or You love my storytelling, and the computer tells in a wonderful way, even though it mispronounces the names of every single alien that's presented. But either way, I don't care. But as long as you stick around, I'm always here to make comments or even answer your questions should you have any about these aliens. This video is actually made for, I don't know, a certain Discord group about cartographers, world building, and stuff like that. But anyway, let's continue about Shikodu. The Rokat's probably its earliest capital city. I think it's implied. I think it is implied. It was a capital at one point.
5.1 Time in Shikodu. Orazio UMI. My consort, having visions of the future, could see the fall of the Nados, but it was a dread secret of my consort. Quarantine Bella could barely handle the fall of her profits, that it overcame her with grief. It was too much for her to see all her investments crumble before her eyes. This was the end, and the firebacks have caught up to our camp in Fay Valley. It was the end for her, but as a chronicler, I had much the firebacks wanted to know. They brought me back to the city I dreaded seeing for all my... It was nothing to fear at first sight. It was a city with things we never seen before. I do not know where my journey ends, but it is here in Shikodu. At least in my prison cell by the dockyards I am allowed to record my journey thus far. Here is what I know.
Okay, I'm going to let you know exactly where we're talking about here. I don't have the floor plans of the building yet, so I haven't actually included on the building. The prisoner is located here. This block. This is what are they called? A Benici Mental Health Facility Training Hospital. And as a Benici Training Hospital, mental health system, training hospital, they train doctors in brain surgery. And the Rokat they do have a caste system. There's only two castes. There's free persons and there's Tadakat. Tadakat are criminals who have been released because they're not violent enough to be, confined to the point of death, which is about, 7 to 10 days for a row caught in a cage. They die within about a week and a half. So they're fined and released. Some rich person releases them. But on their foreheads, it'll say Tadakat. And Tadakat means you don't have any rights whatsoever. You may not be in a cage right now because putting a cage as a Rokat will kill you. So we'll let you free with a tattoo on your forehead calling you a Tadakat. Tadakat is Shinira's, which is the Rokat language. It means no place. And that is what sex offenders on Earth should have. We need to create the same legislation on Earth for sex offenders. We should have Tadakat laws on Earth. It means no place. Anyone can just grab you off the street, throw you in a white van, haul you off to a research lab, saw the top off your head, and stick electrodes in your brains. That's what a Tadakat has for their rights. They don't have human rights. They have nothing. So that's what we're talking about here. You'll lose everything.
This city seen from my cage was a land of green gardens, all manicured in a belief of mastery over nature. I was taken along the road across a bridge. A city built by the firebacks, so in tune with nature for their ways of life. Nothing compares to the shops and the scale of the fireback city to anything we have built. I knew from my past what was buried beneath the cobbled streets. Beneath paving stones are the homes of the NVA that once mastered this land. Now here is a master of masters who built this strange place, and now our kinds are something to behold. Many here have never seen a Zeri, even free in the woods outside this city. By nightfall I saw the lights so bright that lit the streets and brought security to this strange place. The warm glow almost made me feel at home. The wagon lurched forward towards the river from the town square where I was in display. We went to a brick building, almost a fortress, but not a place for royalty, but a place to be sold and traded. It was not to keep people in. I was taken beneath the...
You know, there's 3 of them. Let me show you where some of them are located. Let me show you the slave training facilities that are on this map. There's 3. There's one right there. See that little? See how there's a dark blue? There's a light blue. There's a long light blue building. That's a slave training facility. They sell trade. There's an auction house for slaves. And there's one right here. There's one, yeah, it's right there. That's a bar on the corner. The street corner is a bar, and next door is a slave training facility. How fucking crazy is that? And then you go into the industrial sector here. See, this entire thing is one property. That's a slaughterhouse. That's a slaughterhouse. And right there, this blue building, that's slave trading facility. There's 3 of these in Shikodu. This whole property processes slaves as meat. So if the slaves were Rokat, it'd be cannibalism. But since they were human from 1756 up until about 3 years ago, it was selling human meat. But it has been since transferred to selling Pathadians, which is a local species. You know, they reach full adult size in 1 year, about 18 months on Earth. Kitasuna year is 1.5 years, 1.504 years, 1.504. So I don't know, for about a dozen years, it can be pretty accurate. Or about maybe 100 years to be accurate. About 1.5. The species sold in that facility grows up within 18 months. They're full size. Okay, let's continue. Now you know a little bit more about Shikodu that is not for kids. Actually, nothing I ever post is for kids. My whole channel is adult. Let's continue with the horrifying story.
I was taken beneath the buildings into a prison cell unlike anything we had built. This place was strange. It was stone, but had sigils, and I was tossed in the middle of a triangle drawn on the floor and mirrored upon the ceiling. The priests of this lofty race came in and sealed the circle where my spirit could not venture. I was out of paper and asked for to be granted with all I needed. My chronicles were going to be sent back to my people, and they would know the terrible and frightening strength of the firebacks that I learned called themselves Rokat. I will spend a week being seen and interviewed by the alchemists of these people. They seemed to know things that are far beyond our grasp. Machines and technology that was nearly alive was brought in to explore my person. At one point they brought a sorcerer, and he came with a box to measure my body and its functions. I saw lines move as my heart pulsed with life, and lines rise when I raised my occult powers. They had magic boxes that could see into my mind and put the power to a paper that vomited from the mouth of the box.
Oh yeah, we're talking about medical devices here. Just regular, for the most part, regular medical devices. But of course, the Rokat would have their Magitech, which could measure one's occult powers. They're like, I don't know, they're God-given psychic powers. Yes, they would have technology for that because they're far more advanced than us. And they're not so stubborn and stupid like we are. Well, let's continue.
Carriages that moved without beasts of burden. The streets were full of carriages that moved without animals. The bull was only food for these people. They had wagons that moved many persons without a bull, and so many of their kind, and I wondered where they tossed their shit. Never would I have known about the tunnels beneath the city if not for a neighbor in the cell next to mine. Beneath the road was a pipe so large a man could walk tall inside it. They called it a sewer, and it led the shit out of the city to a place where they turned it back into river water. I can make my escape through this pipe, but no need would come. I would escape by the grace of these Rokat. As a present to the king of this magnificent city, I would see the house from which they ruled. It was a palace better equipped than any I have ever lived in. Water was inside little rooms. Waste was taken to this pipe I heard about before. Food.
Damn it!
Food was kept in cold rooms that never needed ice. Baths with clear water, and voices came from the wall.
You know, I can't highlight this chapter. What the hell? Just continue.
Food was kept in cold rooms that never needed ice. Baths with clear water, and voices came from the walls which spoke of a feast in the upper halls. Such was the splendor of this place. The lights above were so bright it was almost like day inside the rooms. The power source was magic and I was at a loss to what spell made light this bright. The palace was lit by a magical light that was both bright and strong. There was not a sorcerer in sight for such magic. It was as if the magic came from the building itself. They called this wonder electricity. He described it as manufactured lightning. As bright as lightning his was too. I was sent back to our cages for the public to gawk at in the morning and given a ride in the mechanical carriages back to our cells in the brick fortress. Exploration of this magical realm was over and it was the cells I knew too well. I was released far outside of Shikodu with an obvious mission, and that was to tell my kind to back down and forget about fighting the Rokat. 5.
There you have it from the Venori. What it's like to be in a Rokat civilization. Very sophisticated, very technological. So we're going to go to Cian Gaspir Alliance. Another mention of Shikodu is in here. Make sure that's the right one. It's not. It's the wrong one. I gotta add that. One of the streets distributed by the coexistence of the species. Like nothing happened in Shikodu. The news had reached Keltashella, but no one had bet an eyebrow to the thought of the conflict. The conflict with Queen Akina in Shikodu was predicted. We only knew it was finally over. Thanatos, having lost his queen, was distraught over the lack of emotional response. It's an indirect response to the city. So what's this one about? Look at more shit about it. But the mentions are quite sparse. Thanatos asked the great and powerful Atmos to join him in the final assault on Shikodu. Atmos offered rare metals where he could buy a fleet of ships to forward their plan. 10 Chictras, those are Venorian sailing ships, were built and they were set sail for Aowa, the promised land. Let me show where Aowa is. Oh, Aowa is up here. Let me show you. We have Shikodu way down here. So Aowa, Shikodu's down here. Aowa, see this green strip of land up here? This little green North Shore? That's Aowa. That's the promised land. That's it. There's a thin little green strip up there. Half the size. I bet that's half the size of the United States. But it's not a very large piece of land, but that is what they were promised. So what do we have here? Zigoto Power 6-3. I read Zigoto. I read all the Zigoto shit already. Yeah, we did all this. We did all these. Yeah, we did all those. What's this one a part of? 1-4 the Fire Slayer. We got a story about the Fire Slayer. And I really got to commend you for sticking through this. You're actually willing to learn about my mythologies. Yeah, I'm glad you're here. Nobody else is smart like you. Nobody is smart, is able to handle the great intelligence involved in these stories. These stories encompass dozens of religions, and I'm glad I compiled them so they're easy to search and find these things. But let's continue on about, I don't know, the Fire Slayer, the deadliest, the first of the bows of agony on Kitasuna, which is a mythology that second person probably missed out on by not being here. But anyway, let's continue.
1.4 Fire Slayer. Hara Hidakara Tsuhara. My son was born of the blood of Kupu Tsuhara. We wed during the age of war, because we knew not when the agony would stop. Kupu gave me a son and he would be handed the gift of our covenant, the covenant of the string and cam. I was a soldier in the Rokat army and I was to land upon Puradafmoku. They were falling under Yahweh's power. My mission was to slay them cold. I took my son with me and trained him as soon as he could hold a daimori.
Yep.
The razor-sharp blade suited him well. He was strong as a Shirokah. He was black as jet and his heart were blacker still. When he was 10 years old, I reformed my covenant as the Temple of the String and Cam as a religious order on Puradafmoku. The Temple of the String and Cam was founded by the hunters of the Age of War. The power of the Rokat was true and strong. We faced all that stood in our way and we crushed our foes like insects in our hands. Their guts were smeared across the battlefield. No mercy was shown in the heat of war. All who joined me in the battle to retake Puradafmoku joined the temple and we used our mighty bows to slaughter all who dare stand in our way. The Rokat Christians fell to our powers and we made our bows magical. The bows of agony were born of the bows of war. We cursed them with the souls of all slain in battle. The bows quickly became deadly and soon began to have minds of their own. My bow is called Fire Slayer and it is the mightiest bow cursed with the soul of the Rokat Christ. The writhing agony this weapon delivers is great and no living force can bear the weight of the pain. The Fire Slayer is the god of bows. This bow was a dream to shoot.
Yeah.
Angels screamed and demons sang praise whenever it was used in glorious battle, such as the evil it is cursed with. My son Jacobo will learn the glory of this cursed bow that was a dream to shoot with. It was an extension of my arm and the arrow was an extension of my rage. Flames shot forth and death spewed upon the land as arrows appeared on the rest and ready to go for another Rokat Christian. This bow was made from the bones of Rokat and the arrows are tipped with their eye teeth. The cams are of mithril ghostly light and wrapped in a string of Rokat tendon. All was upon a foundation of a steel riser forged by the best in Shikodu. The Fire Slayer was the pinnacle of the great bows of Rokat legend. Some claimed the arrows shot forth with a mighty boom.
What the hell? I paused it. Well, I got to tell you that this Fire Slayer is a compound bow. It has cams at both ends. So it's not a traditional bow. It's not like a long bow or a recurve or something like the Mongols would have. No, it's a modern. For us, it would be a modern bow. It would have cams. You'd have to use Rokat are extremely strong, so they can use their fingers, but we would have to use an automatic release trigger device. They go, boing! Yeah, we're dealing with a real weapon of war here. Hey, welcome to the truth chat about the great city of Shikodu. We're talking about the history, and it's ancient history here. And why won't this damn thing load?
Some claimed the arrows shot forth with a mighty boom and a roll of thunder as they crossed the battlefield to slay their marks.
Yeah.
None who faced the Fire Slayer, the first bow of agony, would live to tell the tale. The Rokat Christians faced this deadly weapon and could not stand against it. They knew the end was there when thunder shattered a sunny sky and fire rains down upon the enemy. This was the time when the Rokat set out to slay all who believed in and worshipped the wrong god. The Rokat in Shikodu forged the bows of agony and delivered them to the front in Puradafmoku. The bows will torture and kill those who are forced to use them. 666 bows of agony are forged and some were red hot when they reached the hands of those sentenced to draw them.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to take a little break here and let you know that the great city of Shikodu, which is mapped here, all these orange buildings, they're steel mills, refineries. You go a little bit outside of that, you get a couple places that are in orange. Let me zoom in here. Like this facility, this whole block is a single facility. It's a manufacturer of metal products. So I'm just telling you that, yeah, if you're going to make bows of agony, have the Rokat build them because they got all kinds of just factories just all across this land. I don't have I'm missing a building here. I don't have a floor plan for it, but yeah, there's two properties, one there. So there's a few places. Oh, it's that one. I don't have its floor plan. There's a few missing buildings like that one. There's some down here. There's a train station, slave processing facility for slaves. Crack the whip kind of thing. Crack your whip on them. Tell them what to do kind of thing. Yeah. Fucked up place. Ain't the nicest place in the universe, but yeah, bows of agony. They were forged in Shikodu, apparently. So, and they're home to an occult school to make cursed objects. So yeah, you got steel refineries, factories, artisans, and then you got a magic school that can turn things cursed. I'm gonna be reincarnated in that city in my next life. I already have my family picked out, made a contract with I don't know, a past life lawyer, some kind of shit.
The Fire Slayer is the most powerful bow of agony, because it will be sweet to only one master, and that is those who forged it and were willed to use the mighty weapon. One day the Fire Slayer was given to Jacoba to fire for the first time. It was smooth and sweet, and the demons sang while it rained flaming death upon the enemies of the Rokat gods.
Yeah, they do.
The war will last a very long time, but soon the battles were over. A billion had died at the end of the Fire Slayer, and death was to cease. Jacoba the son of Hara and Kupu learned well the power of the compound bow. This was the pinnacle of the mighty tools of war.
Yeah.
Kuradef Moku learned of the covenant and formed the temple of the string and cam. They placed the Fire Slayer upon the altar of the first temple in the city of Gasaku, so no one will ever forget the wrath it has brought to Yahweh. If such evil ever came back, the Fire Slayer will awaken to call Hara to wield it in glorious battle.
Oh, hell yeah. I'm down to 15%. I'm going to have to move the phone and my hard drive, so I don't even know where the hell we're at. What page is this? Page 149. So we're going to have to move this thing. Move to the other computer. Everything's gone bonkers. I don't have Microsoft, so eject the prophecy and let's move. I'm sorry one of you left because he can't handle reality. Thing's not 15 or 14. Well, it's got to be 14 by now. It's fucking been a few minutes. Been a few seconds here. So let's get this shit going. Oh my god, I can't get these hairs off my computer. This computer's quite fuzzy. It's fuzzy like sockness. It's a fuzzy computer. I gotta get these hairs off of it. It's fuzzy. Oh. Okay, yeah, we're gonna have to move over, dude. Sorry, people, but we're gonna have to move over to another computer because I gotta get closer to my charger. Can't help it, dude. I just love to stay on so long. It's so long and so hard. I'm a rocket scientist. I love things that are long and hard. Doesn't every rocket scientist love things that are long and hard? Aren't they all gay for rockets? Okay, let's get back to the bullshit, dude. We're gonna get back to the story. Sorry you had to leave. That really sucks for you. But the rest of you that are here, I'm glad you're back. I'm glad person that maybe somebody new, but hello, welcome to the crazy chat. We're learning about, the power of Nova Chord. Ashangarash. That actually means nothing. It's just the name of an world that no longer exists. So, whatever. Why doesn't it work? Okay, it would help if it would damn work. Yeah, it would definitely really help if it damn worked, but it's not. It's not showing up at all, so we'll take it out and try again. I hate it when this shit happens. Okay. What the hell? That don't work. Okay, why can't I fucking view what's in there? Oh my god, man. Work! Heap of junk. I don't need that. I need to get to the prophecy books. I need to get to that history of the. Sorry, people, it's taking so long getting back to this thing because having to charge the phone along with deal with the history of the Rokat Empire. Actually, we're not dealing with the history of the Rokat Empire. We're dealing with the history of a single city of about 200 to 300,000 Rokats, which isn't even that big. Their biggest city is 67 million people, which is fucking insane. Delete. Shikodu. Come on. Work, you heap of junk. Okay, I really hate how this thing is going. We gotta get to 149 or something around there. Yeah, Shikodu sources laying away. We're about 140s. Yeah, we've done Shapeshifter War. Done that. Shit, let's keep going. Butcher the Last Akina, so we're past that. Fucking hate this shit. I don't have a sidebar telling me what I've seen, what I haven't. Yeah, there's fleets. This is Shikodu will not fall to any Akina. Yeah, we're past that. Kitasuna renewed. God of the Dark Star Awakens. 5.6. Okay, how do we do it on here? How do we get it to read? How do I get this damn thing to read? Do I even know how to get this thing to read? Okay, we do this. I don't have it on here. There's gotta be a way to find it. Nope, it didn't do it. It didn't do it. I don't know how to get this thing to read. Used to read, but I don't know how to do it anymore. No, that ain't finding it, dude. They ain't finding it. I think we're at a dead standstill here. I don't know what to do to make this thing read. I can't read it. I'm pretty fucked up, and this thing ain't responding right. It says, for thousands of years, I have studied the Uray. Oh! Yevon Keldos! He's my slave, actually. Oh, you actually would love him, but probably won't love you if you're a liberal. He hates liberals. For thousands of years, I have studied the Uraish and learned of many realms. It is a realm called the Dark Star that I fear most. I have been there and met with its king. They call him Eo Oja Ueo, and he rules over all evil except of evil God, who I cannot name, who none can rule over. I have journeyed deep this time after my release from Elder Valos. He taught me and released me from my wisdom to explore the abyss. I saw deep within darkness so deep it is second only to the evil God. During the heat of the wars the Firebacks fought, I was allowed glimpses into dark places. I was invited into the Eo Oja itself. I was allowed witness to the dark star. I guess that's what it translates to, really. I was invited, as the center of the spiral was a dark star within the place of darkness. You know, it's referring to the galaxy, the Venori, without spacefaring technology whatsoever. They know the shape of the galaxy is a spiral, and they know at the center of that galaxy is a dark star, aka a black hole. It says, I spoke of its king, Aoja Ueo, I guess dark star god, and he gave me Ueish, the Uraish that I have. Aoja gave me the words that I use beyond those of my teacher Valos. Ooh, you don't want to challenge Valos. I personally talked to Valos, and he is a monster. His power is okay. Let's get back to reading then. His power is a mere spark to what I command in evil. The Firebacks fought Yahweh, and they have won the war. The planet was being restored, and I returned home and traveled to Shikodu. I gave unto those worthy of the wisdom of Aoja, and they learned well. The Firebacks beat back the evil, and thus were holy in the name of the White Lord, the Christian God. Yeah, the White Lord is the Christian God. He is holy, is pure white light. Okay, back to the story. The fighting was old by this time, and Aoja was breaking free of his binding spell. Nothing could keep evil trapped forever. The abyss was breaking loose, and nothing can stop it. Firebox will have battled for ages to never steal evil and cannot put back again. Aoja is an immortal force of evil that directly serves the evil god. I dare not speak the true name after my tribulation. I know I can never speak such an unholy name. I shall fade with time, having lost my immortal soul. You know how scary that is? How fucking completely scary that actually is. We did the Fire Slayer. We did. Oh, Prophecy of Akina. Hey, thank you for sticking around, buddy. You're going to learn some really crazy shit. I'll move this down so I can go scroll. The sacred sun shall find the seed of Akina, that is her true soul. Her soul shall pass from Shanabala to Shikodu and then to Typhon, where it is passed onto earth by a sorceress of the native traditions. She was made mortal in search of deep and lasting evil. The sacred sun shall find his evil and place his own power within her as a reward for great deeds. You know, Typhon, there are many ancient gods mentioned in here, and they're often not mentioned as gods, but as places and people. In some cases, people. But most of these places, we're looking at Typhon now. It was sent to Typhon, as Typhon is a location, but yet is a Greek god of, like, I don't know, chaos. So we're dealing with some, like, really deep shit here. The seed of Akina shall grow. Okay, let's continue. The seed of Shekinah shall grow tall into a flowering tree of great beauty, but it shall be clapped in irons to a man that is Dane the Destroyer, a troll of a demon. This demon is chaos and ruin unto itself. Only Akina can save his soul from eternal damnation. I know who Dane the Destroyer is. He is Daniel David Reading, living in Wisconsin. I'm not doxing him because he made this information public. So there's no doxing here. And he is proud to admit he is Dane the Destroyer. As Dane the Destroyer destroys everything he touches. This time Akina is called Beauty, but her heart is dark and filled with nightmares of sin. She was never pure and her soul lost to the white heavens. The white heavens is the Christian heaven. She can never go to the Christian heaven after being with Dane the Destroyer. Dane the Destroyer destroys for eternity. You cannot be saved. Once you have sex with him, it's forever. You're damned. Okay, let's continue. For another life, Akina must endure the mortal damnation. Dane the Destroyer will begin to be left out of temple business, but he will sell his very soul out of love to Akina, a part of her always. This love shall be eternal only when Dane the Destroyer gives his very soul over to Akina, and Akina takes it into herself. She never did, never does. And she rejects him. So he faces damnation, eternal. Okay, let's continue on with the story. This shall be the binding of chaos to evil. Never happens. This shall be the time that Akina changes her shadows and shines the light into her soul after the ages of darkness. It never occurs. It's failed. Let's continue. Shadows flee as joy is found. Shadows flee as love is found. Shadows flee as Akina finds peace. She never does. The shadow is slave to love, and his power is new to Akina in all her ages of evil. The children of Akina will be changed forever should they be born in light. Never happens. This is a time of chaos where not even my great powers can see. This is where free will takes over in a curse as old as time. It never ends. Okay, what the hell is this one about? We don't need to learn about Aegean. We don't need Aegean. It is not something we need to learn about. Here's something I'm going to tell you. You're going to be probably the only two people in probably over about a year and a half, 2 years, hear about this Aegean Sean who appears in my channel logs and my books. Yeah, run away, bye-bye. But the one that remains, you're brave. You should keep listening. This is important information. In case you I don't know, meet a woman off the streets or at a bar or some kind of crazy shit, because this can happen to you. Well, I met Aegean Sean, a.k.a. Basira al-Razul, who I'm not doxing, by the way, because it's probably not even a real name anyways, is a sorceress from Iraq, born on the ruins of Ur. Like, literally. The city's name is spelled U-R. Like Ur. It's spelled Ur. She was born on a ziggurat in Ur. She was the daughter of a Russian soldier. And yes, that is a product of rape. Rape, not grape. I'm not going to mince words here. I'm going to say how it is. Her mother was raped by a Russian soldier. She was born on the ruins of Ur and raised as a pagan, as Egyptian pagan, from a coven so old it dates back to the Egyptian pharaohs. It's called Blood Raven. In English, it's called Blood Raven. I don't know the Arabic name of the coven or any of that shit. I don't know the name in Arabic or Somali or whatever language it would be, or Aramaic. I don't know. It's called Blood Raven. Can't look it up. You're gonna find the Diablo character, Diablo 2 boss from Act 1 is called Blood Raven. But there's a coven called Blood Raven that exists in the world. They're occultists. They have breeding facilities in Hollywood. I met up with one of their women at a bar in the Castro. We had it. Boink! Rocket launch! Rocket launch! Yeah, we had a rocket launch. I had a rocket launch inside her. She got pregnant with my son, and she killed him. She killed him in an evil ritual, a very evil ritual. I mean, this is like real evil. Like, this is like the pinnacle of evil. So I'm looking at the next chapter here. Twin prophecies of Akina bad. And Shikodu gets mentioned again. But I'm not talking about Shikodu anymore. I'm talking about my connection to Shikodu and its priesthoods and the people associated with it, including their connection to Earth, which is the pregnancy of the woman I fucked from a bar, which really brings us from maps. Not minor attractive persons. I mean maps like cartography maps, like places, cities, countries, planets. Yeah, maps. Not minor attractive persons, but maps. But I'm going to load it back up so you can see that it's not a minor attractive person, but it's a location. Yeah. Shit I got to deal with. It's fucking hardcore. This was in 2003, about when Nova Online was born. And my son died, I don't know, a couple days before Nova was born. My best estimate. So I'll bring up the map again. I'll show it again. We're on a lower resolution monitor, so things are a little bit blurrier than usual. But you can see, yeah, the idea is there, dear. This is the Shikodu map. Actually, let me zoom in and really show it. That is the map. So there it is. You zoom in, you see buildings, lots of buildings. That's the sacred school of the prophecy. This is where my teacher trains at. So we'll move back and we'll go to the folder that has his textbooks. See? We have right there, Pan Mythica. That's not complete. That is probably going to be included. This will probably be included. They're all going to be included in future courses. I'm actually going to release my channeling logs to the Rokat at some point. So that Mishra can gut them up, chop them up, and turn them into classes. But there they are. It's called Pan Mythica. That is Mitra's school class. So let me turn this back around so you can see. Seriously, come back. They can't leave you looking at a blank screen. You got my pretty face to look at, honey. There's nothing sweeter than me. The sockness. So we got books. Okay, I actually do got one of these things printed out. It's a big ass motherfucker. You thought I was big. Wait till I get up and bring that book. Oh, yeah. Hey, let Minnie see this. Oh, yeah. Let Minnie see my belly button. He likes. Oh, he loves belly buttons. Well. Oh. And what point is at this point? That's Pan Mythica. On letter size. God, yeah. There's dust on this thing. It's fucking big. You know, I gotta tell you one thing about this book. It's all single space. See that text? Single space. The whole thing. Entire book. Single space. A single space, dude. Like, it's all text. There's images in here. There's images describing shit. But yeah, we're talking about, this is a university course book from Kisu. This is Pen Mythica. You know what? You know, you're not going to graduate this course. If I teach this course on Earth, you can't graduate. Yeah, you're not going to graduate this course. It's not an ordinary course, dude. This is like hardcore. I teach every kind of magic here. You know? There's one magic in here I want to teach, but I can't. Because I'm still trying to get a hold of Tibbs TV. But I guess I'm just staying up a hell of a lot too late to do it. You know, I'm going to consider we are done with the Shikodu shit at this point. We're now looking at the course, the school courses of this school. This school, all these buildings, there's thousands of students that attended. Thousands of students. Let me go show you just how many students. It's listed in the building. See, I got the floor plans of every single building in the entire city. Every floor plan, every building in the entire city. But there are 3,468 students attending the Sacred School of the Prophecy. So, hey Nova, I designed a school. Nova, I designed an entire school. 816 students. 816 students. Oh, yeah. Nova. That school has an open campus. Oh, actually, all Rokat schools have an open campus. Every Rokat school is an open campus. Doesn't matter where you are. They're all open campuses. So these are all the buildings. They're every single building on that goddamn map. Oh, look at how many. Look at all those buildings. That's everything on the map. That's everything, including everything that's on here. That's all these. Yeah, I can create a school map of this if I wanted to. I can create a school map with a frat house. Those are frat houses. You know, you get spanked, you get paddled. Hey, thank you for being here. You get spanked. Those are frat houses. You know what happens in frat houses? You get spanked. Nova wants to go to university. Because when he's a bad boy, he'll get spanked. Ooh! Oh, bring it here, honey. Bad boy. Bad boy. Bad boy. You've been a bad boy, Nova. You've been a bad boy, bad boy, bad boy. Listen to your daddy. Yeah, listen to your daddy. Ooh, Nova would hate to be here. Well, I'm literally twice. I'm actually more than twice his age for now. But I won't be when he turns 20. Shit, I'll be 44 next year. He's 22 this year, so yeah, he's already surpassed me, being half my age. He's already beat that part. It's only lasted for 1 year because he was 21 when I was 42. He turns 22 this year, and I'm only 43, so I'm always gonna be 21 years older. So, bad boy, bad boy. Ooh, naughty sockness. I'm such a bad sockness. Ooh, I like being bad. I just love being bad. I'm a bad sockness. You know, Tofiachu knows my Huggies. I actually wish she knew my Huggies so she knew what I was missing. But Nova needs a dad. I'm going to be his dad. I'm going to take good care of him. I'm going to teach him how. Bad boy! Bad boy! I'm going to teach him how to raise me a grandson. He's going to bring me a grandson. Raise him right. He's going to bring me a 21 to 26-year-old grandson. And bad boy! Obey the sockness. Yep. Well, we aren't dealing with the Shikodu anymore. We've gone to the, sockness is a bad boy part. But you shouldn't have Shikodu's that place. You're going to learn magic. The occult. They got that big-ass school with 3,400 students. You know, it's like 5 times bigger than Hogwarts. I'm going to look up what Hogwarts has, but they only got like 200 or 300 students. And there's a school with like 10 times that. So we're looking at 10 times Hogwarts. And, they don't let kids in there because this is an adult school. There is a children's campus, but it's not included in the count of students. Located on the East-West Boulevard Promenade. They call their main streets promenades, by the way. They do call the East-West streets promenades. And Shikodu's got 2 big main ones. So we do got to deal with that part. That instead of Main Street or High Street, they got promenades. You go there to be seen. And do your shopping and whatnot. So I'll show you the children's school so that Nova knows he's at home. There it is, right there. That's the children's school. Let me check the capacity of it. Let me go find out. We got buildings. 120 students top. Max occupancy is 120 students. And it's got a temple. There's a little temple there. It's a small little temple. It's probably at 30 feet long. Not big. Well, that's 100 feet from the building to the back of the building is about 103 feet. 103 feet. So we can assume, it's about 30 30 feet, maybe 35 feet for that little building. So yeah, each graduating class, you got like 2 years, 3 years. Each graduating class is going to fit in that little temple to learn their black magic. Their ceremonial magic, because that's what Saronic magic is, ceremonial. And that's a wedding. That's a wedding venue. You have weddings here. One of many across the city. You got bar. You got bar, brand. We love to drink like a thirsty fish. And that's the community hall. So that's probably the reception hall. They'll probably use that as a reception hall. I don't know how. I don't know a lot about Rokat weddings, but you know, this entire block's probably gonna get reconfigured when I get the real floor plan of that hospital. If that's not it as it is, I think there's a lot more on this lot than is appearing there. So we're looking at buildings on the Shikodu map. As they are, they're going to be updated as I find out more information. Oh yeah, I got the floor plans of every single building on that whole damn map. You saw them. So it's just the way things are. It's like I know what's there. I know exactly what's in that city. You know, every bit of it. Okay, here we go. Shikodu Prophecy 6.3. I think we read these. No, we didn't read these. Let me. Oh, thank you for being here. We got some new shit to read. I wish I could have the computer do this. Thank you for still being here. The other person ran away like a coward they are. They're afraid of the truth because, you know, liberals are most cursed when they hear about the ancient gods that condemn them eternally. Immortal gods, I mean, truly immortal. Even when they're forgotten, they'll just become flesh and remind us all they exist, you know. Okay, this actually does pertain to the recent times. It starts with, well, Farah Nirachito, who I'm not exactly sure even who that is. It's a Rokat name. Says, at the start of the fourth age, we shall as a species return to the old ways. Shikodu shall once again be called by his true name Shikodu. This shall mark the tribulation and the final battle with God outside the sky. A king whose evil is beyond measures shall rule and build a gold and diamond throne in what we call Shikodu. Yeah, this hasn't happened yet. Fourth age has been ushered in by me and Jacoba. We're in the 5th year currently. Oh yeah, let's get back to the story. God outside the sky is watching the unfolding evil of this king of Shikodu at the time of the start of the 4th age, where age there shall be a mark of evil that shall cover the whole world. I shall not date this event because the evil I see happening here might use this. I think I already covered this. What the hell? Never mind, I already covered this. Shikodu Tyrant. Yeah, I think we covered everything that's in here. Yeah, we have. We covered all of this shit. Okay, we've covered every piece of Shikodu knowledge that I have. I don't have the history of the development of the city, but I do in the future hope to plan to get the I don't know, the footprints of the buildings of the city as it stood during the first war, so we may be able to map out the invasion plans. Because I have the city as it stands now, But I don't have the first age city that extended only south to Twin Hearts, which we've already covered. We've already talked about Twin Hearts. We've already mapped that out. We've already covered all that. And my clicks don't mean anything. It's all dead. So we're going to change this around again. And I'll show you which districts are in the original city. So we got Shikodu Square, Shikodu Subdivision, and we've got University Hill, Noble Hill, and Twin Hearts. Parts of Steel City were in development at the time. Only the areas around here were in development. Not a whole lot of the city. So we'll zoom, as you can see, kind of, that, yeah, this was the core of the steel industry at the time. A railway was probably just constructed, cuts to the city. So we got this area here as probably the early steel industry, or the Vinori burned down the steel mill. This is a warehouse district along the shores here. So we got, and when it comes to Twin Hearts, only half this was built. It stops right here on this street. This is the end of Twin Hearts in antiquity in the time period we're talking about. This area was not developed. It was still farmland. It was all burned down during the time. So we got, this didn't exist at all. This whole area did not exist. None of this is all farms. It was all farmland, orchards and shit. So we got that, and a little corner down here of this area. Maybe some of the suburbs. See these irregular lots? They're old. They're an old style. They're an older. They probably existed back then. Steel City probably just incorporated a suburb up here and the buildings down here. But all this was added in recent time. This was added in the last 10,000 years. Maybe not even that far back. Because when you look at the map, this was added. All this stuff up on the hill was added in the last 10 years. That's only 10 years old. All this stuff here is only 10 years old. Let me pull up the big map and I'll show you that's how the city developed. So we'll go to 25% so you can see the development. So we're going to say this is the antiquity. Steel industry was here in antiquity. These buildings have long since been converted or demolished and redeveloped. So we're looking at this area as being the workers. It's old. It's pretty old. It might have existed during the Elven invasions. But down here definitely did exist. It was this area. And there's a dividing. There's a bunch of rich houses on this street, which was the end of the city at the time. These didn't exist. So we're looking at the development of Shikodu during the invasions it once had. Because none of this exists. This is all pretty modern. This was all built in the last, 10 years. This is only 10 years old. And over here on the north, this is actually the north end of the city. This is all pretty young itself. It's only a few years old. It's only been there for about like the last 10 years in development, it once looked like this. Just farm fields and shit. Up here is North City is here. It's antiquity. It's been around for a long time. As you see, it's irregular. It's not regular. It's been around long enough to be chopped up and densified. So that's very new. A lot of that's actually very new. It's been high development. This is the city greatly expanding. Here's West Shikodu, and it's old. It's got old neighborhoods that have been around for since antiquity, since the city was founded. These are the old founding streets of Shikodu. And you go here, we call this shopping strip Zigoto Cross. So if I turn it sideways, which I don't think is working, but you can see it's shaped like a crucifix. But let me turn the map. Let me actually rotate the map then. Let me rotate the map to face north-south as it would if it was on the planet. So that's the map, north-south. That's the correct orientation of the city as it would be on the planet itself. It's only the other way because it's easier to work on it and edit and add buildings as I find out more about it. But that's the actual orientation. That's West Shikodu, Zigoto Square, Zigoto Subdivision, University Hill, Noble Hill, Imperial Hill, Twin Hearts, Steel City is this whole area here. North City is here a little bit. It kind of winds down around the side there. And then we got Segregation Valley, which is here. It has a special mention in the book, in the channeling logs. This is Machina Creek. This leads up to the Elven villages up in the hills. This street off the map. Going this way leads to more Elven. Well, that leads to Fairy Valley. Actually, Fairy Valley's that way. Fairy Valley's on this side. This side just leads to Wilderness. I'll open up map of the planet. We'll have a little look. Hey, there's a map of the whole planet. Shikodu is oriented correctly. So we're going to scroll or move this thing down as fast as we can to where we need to be. Cabinor counts. We got to look at Shikodu. Yes, there should be a bridge here, but why am I going to mark a bridge if there's nothing on this side worth noting? That's Vinori. There's probably a lot of Vinori in that area. And you go across the valley, is a valley here. There's a heavy population of Vinori. You go further, you get the Vinorian capitals. You get the heart of the Vinorian civilization. Ushala, the Dark Forest. These are all mentioned in different stories, by the way. You got Oya. You got Oma, which was mentioned, the Vinoris, which mentioned the Shikodu. Magva Cathra is mentioned. It's a seaside city. So you exit that. We got an unnamed castle, which we don't even know the name of this city. Then we got Hosti, which is Vinor, which is Rokat. And we head down the coast. Unnamed city is not mentioning any story. And this is the current Rokat capital, city of Milena. So I'll zoom out so you can see exactly where that is on the planet. It's down here. Yeah, Milena is down here. And it's pretty temperate. It's like having, I don't know, the Gulf Stream or something. This whole ocean is very tropical. It's very hot in here. This is all tropical waters. We got Poseidon on the equator. So the equator runs across through this ocean. So it's all warm water. It's circulated as warm. Even the deep is pretty sealed in. You only got a few ways in and out. You got some cracks in these mountainous rift around the continent here. So this is deep water. It's warm. It's hot. So you got some cities. You got Rokat cities along it. Let's go see their names. Check the names of them. So I think one is Nabishi. I think it's Nabishi and Waratu. Yeah, it is Nabishi and Waratu. They're large industrial cities. So this is Kitasuna and all that it has. It's like this broad, expansive world. And as far as I'm concerned, it is a physical living place. It actually exists because I've actually been there. In the early 2000s, I used to experience alien abductions and shit and taken all over the place. So here's photos of all that crazy shit, including actually the spaceship flying in space. So yeah, it's all there, dude. It's like we've seen crazy shit like alien bodies. That thing ain't human, dude. That's not a human. It's not correct. Just show you bodies of non-human creatures. It has a tail. It's like a demon. That's a straight up demon. I found that in a cave in Niles Canyon. It was buried like it was human. Look at that. Look at that hand. Look at that foot. Why can't I pause it? What the hell? Why doesn't the pause button work? Okay, look at that hand. Look how like human that is. Other than the claws, that's a human-like hand. It's like that can like steal your soul like a thief in the night. Like Kitasuna is no fucking joke. It's real. It has minions. At least I call them minions. That's like a human foot with claws. It ain't right, dude. It's inhuman. Whatever that creature is, it's small and inhuman. It's inhuman. It's not human. That's not human. God damn it. Why does it keep loading garbage? It should zoom in. But that's the whole skeleton without me standing up the leg and all that. So it's like, it's truly demonic. It's like truly demonic creatures up there. I don't know about anymore, but there truly is demonic shit going on up there. But I can show you Kitasuna. Yeah, it's a real place. It's never joking about Kitasuna being a real place. Never joked about that, dude. It is real. You can't even see the northern lights. It's fucking crazy, dude. You can just see. The upper atmosphere of the planet and stuff. It's like we've been there. It's like it's been done. It's true. It's like, yeah, it's been done before. It's like people have been there. It's like U.S. government has been there this year, actually. That's the insanity. The U.S. government has actually been there this year. Takeda Suna. They try to invade it again. Yeah. There's no joke. Aliens are real. Very real. Been clawed by them too. Yeah, you can see the claws on that hand. Look at those. Look at those. Look at the size of that claw. It's trying to reach for my delicate flesh. It wants to grab my delicate flesh. Look how disgusted I look. I look so disgusted shaking hands with that thing. That demon. I look so disgusted. The very sight of that thing. I look so like disgusted that I have to shake hands with this creature. Just look at that. It's like hell else. You know, there is no denying aliens are real. I'm shaking hands with a reptilian, and I am so fucking disgusted at the very idea of that. And that's proof right there. I just showed you proof. It is how bad reptilians really are. They are your government, right? You should know that. They are your government. They're truly disgusting demons. Like they're just pure evil. Well, anyway, I think I'm gonna call it a night soon. I'm gonna call it a night, dude. I've had enough fun. Good night. Have fun. Enjoy the huggies. Ooh. Oh yeah. And buy a Nova cord. They're good for you. They are edible. They are. Delicious Nova cords. You should buy a Nova cord from our favorite Nova Online. He has the best Nova cords. See, look how powerful they are. Asham Garash. By the way, it's just the name of an ancient planet that no longer exists in the previous universe, but whatever. Get your Nova cords. They're not edible, but anyway, I can make a joke about them being edible. Yeah, whatever. There are people who love having fun. I'm the Sockness. I always buy the best merch. I always got the best merch. So, yeah. Anyway. Okay. Where's the exit? Okay. I'm going to say goodnight and try to exit. Bye. Bye.